Good afternoon. I got to move over a little bit. Good afternoon. Welcome to the afternoon experiment. My name is Emanuel Livingston. I'm with you probably till about 5 o'clock. Hope everything is going good with you. Everything is going good with me. Um, I've had a very enjoyable day. Oh, I have. I've had a good day. Crazy stuff happens, and I'm entertained by all of it. I'm entertained by all of it. Um, but as usual, I want to start off, and I'll start off saying hello. First, let me start off. Let me apologize for yesterday. Um, I did not know. I knew, but I didn't remember that Mrs. Livingston had signed me up for. I'm calling it a seminar, or whatever, some informative gathering on something that's very important. So I had forgotten that she signed us up for that, and so she calls me and she's like, "Don't forget about the thing at 2 o'clock." I'm like, "What thing at 2 o'clock?" And she like, "You know." No, I don't know. I never understand this. Why do people always think I know stuff that I don't know, or that I'm playing stupid? I'm not playing stupid. I'm actually stupid about some stuff. I'm not playing ignorant. I'm ignorant. If I ask you what you're talking about, it's usually because I don't know what you're talking about. It's not some mind game I'm playing. I don't know. And so she's like, "Oh, you know." And I'm like, "No, baby, I don't know what you're talking about." And she like, "The meeting?" Like, what meeting? But see, what she does is, see, she's one of these people, right? She she's up all day and all night. She's kind of like me in that she doesn't sleep a lot. And so she'll be up and it'll be 4 o'clock in the morning. And she ran across this, again, I'm calling it a seminar. She ran across this seminar. And so are you awake? I'm half awake, half not awake. If I'm asleep and you ask me, "Are you awake?" You woke me up. So yes, I'm awake now. And so she says, "Are you awake?" And I'm like, "I am now." And she's like, "You want to go to the seminar about, whatever, whatever?" And I'm like, "Sure." Okay, I put it on the calendar. I'm gonna sign you up, and so you got to be here at this day. She told me the date, the time, all of that good stuff. But I was asleep, and then she didn't remind me until yesterday. Whatever time I posted that message, like, "Oh, I got a seminar I got to go to." That's when she called me and she was like, um, "You remember?" No, I don't remember. So I thought it was gonna be quick and we was gonna get it over with, and then I was gonna be able to come right home and hop on here. But then after the seminar, which went much longer than I thought it would, it started at 2. We didn't get out of there till about 5:30, 6 o'clock, somewhere in there. Hit rush hour traffic. She didn't feel like waiting in rush hour traffic. She said, "We got to eat anyway. By the time I get home, I'm gonna be cooking, blah blah blah. Why don't we just stop somewhere and grab something to eat?" I'm thinking, grab something real quick. Stop, grab something to go and go home. No, she want to sit in the restaurant and eat. So we sit in the restaurant and eat. Okay. Then she wanted to go do something. I couldn't be like, "No, baby, I don't want to spend no time with you. I gotta go get on the air." You know what I'm saying? I like doing this, but I don't want to be divorced for y'all. I don't want to be divorced for y'all. So, and then by the time we got home, about 9 something, she wanted to watch this TV show, finish out the series Dark Matter. So we finished out the series Dark Matter, and then, it's about 11 o'clock. I'm sleepy now. Okay. I went to sleep. So I apologize for not keeping my word. It was my fault, and all I can do is apologize. That's it. That's all I can do is apologize. So there's that. I'm going to say my hellos, because that's very important. And then I'm going to address this nonsense that happened earlier today. I'm going to address this nonsense that happened earlier today, and that's going to be that. Well, when I say it's going to be that, I mean, you'll know what happened. As well as I know what happened, you know. But I'll address it. Because, that stuff is important, and it's fun and funny. Y'all know me. I like fun and funny. So we'll address it. But before we address it, got to say hello. Got to say hello. Scroll up. Let's see. Robert Willis. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My OSHA. Why don't I get notifications anymore? You probably turned them off. Turn them back on. That's all I can think of. I don't control the notifications. I just go live when I go live. That's it. I don't control the notifications. But good afternoon. Mike Ballard, representing Woodlawn. Good afternoon, Mike. Preston in the house. Preston representing Avondale. Fresh off of work. Time to relax. All right. Lewis Talbert, representing Sharonville. Good afternoon, Lewis. Got Pat in the house. Pat Rogers. Good afternoon, representing Westwood. B-Rab in the house. Good afternoon, B-Rab. Hope everything is going good for you. Samuel, good afternoon, representing Sycamore Township. Good afternoon. Shahara, she ain't got time to say hello, but she got time to complain. Me neither. I don't know why I just gave you that voice, or even why I'm giving you a hard time. I like Shahara. She done nothing to me ever, and I just like to give her a hard time. I know why I like to give her a hard time. Because she's anti-short men, and a short man is going to make her happy if she ever give him a chance. A short man is going to make her happy. He going to knock her socks off, blow her back out, and all that good stuff if she ever give him a chance. And that's why I give her a hard time. Good afternoon, Shahara. I really do. I like Shahara. Let's see. Jeannie, good afternoon. Happy Thursday to you as well. You didn't get a chance to watch, listen to any of the shows. What's happening? Nothing really. But hold on. As soon as I finish with the hellos, I'll go into it. It's going to take all of 3 minutes, and then that's going to be that. You'll see. It's nothing. You missed nothing. But good afternoon. Drea, good afternoon, representing Sycamore Township. Good afternoon. Diane, good afternoon, representing Gulf Manor. Good afternoon, Diane. Brent in the house. Brent representing Dallas, Texas. Good afternoon. We got Kimberly Eberhart, representing Bond Hill, I believe. Good afternoon. Jerica, and thank God for you as well. Hola, and good afternoon. Hope everything is going good. Yeah, she wanted to be comfortable and cold. So I don't like, one of the reasons I don't like going in restaurants is because it'd be cold. I don't like being cold. I don't like it at all. Personally, I hate when they want to sit down and eat and then go do something. It's annoying when you got other stuff to do. But you can't be like, I don't want to do nothing with you. I got to go do the show. Can't do it. No matter how much you want to do it. No, I never want to do that. I thoroughly enjoy spending time with Mrs. Livingston. Brent said, can't we all get along? I get along with almost everybody. Jerica says, we don't want you divorced either. Thank you. Samuel says, what? I don't know. Ben says, back-to-back shows. All right. Okay, that's weird. I see Nate is calling me. Hope it's not an emergency. Leave a message, Nate. Leave a message. Gene says, story just followed across my screen. Greg Landsman says he's closer and closer to calling for Biden to step aside. Yeah, I saw that. Jerica says, you're a mess. No, I'm not a mess. Tanika, good afternoon. representing Orlando, even though you didn't put it up there. Tanika's representing Orlando, Florida. Vernon says, forget the preliminaries. Get right to the real stuff, because you messed up our Lincoln Ware after show. I didn't mess it up, but I get into that. I will get into it. I didn't mess it up, though. I take no responsibility for that whatsoever. Oh, she put it up there. Repping Orlando. I'm sorry. I jumped the gun. I didn't see that comment. I jumped the gun. You did say you was representing Orlando. My bad. See, I admit when I'm wrong. See that? See that? Brenda. Good afternoon. Representing Fairfield. Good afternoon. Shahara. Shahara says good afternoon. Happy Thursday Eve. Ain't today Thursday? Will be Friday Eve, Shahara. See, a short man would have told you that. She's representing Bond Hill. Well, I guess a short man did tell you that. But I mean, if your man was a short man, he'd have woke you up and you'd have knew it was Thursday and that Friday was tomorrow in some way, shape, or form. It's one of the benefits of being with a short man. I'm telling you, get you a short man. I'm telling you. Jeannie says, what did he do? I didn't do anything, but just short kings. That's right. That's right. Erica in the house. Good afternoon. Erica's representing Reading. Shahara says he went on this rant just after I hit enter, greeting him and all y'all. You was late though with it. Let's see. Regina representing Madisonville. Good afternoon. Tanika says, bring a sweater. Who wants to take a sweater to eat? I wouldn't take a sweater anyway. It would be a hoodie. But who wants to have to put on a hoodie to eat and be somewhat comfortable? Because it still be cold. I don't have a hoodie to cover like my whole body. I don't take no Snuggie in there. Anybody remember the Snuggie? I actually never had one. But I know I don't want to take no full body wrap. Blanket. Like, what you doing? Oh, I'm about to order something to eat, but I know it's cold, so I got a blanket. Come on. I just don't do it. Diane says Biden will step down end of the month. Pressure is on. Just stop it. We'll get to that. But I don't know that I actually did that. I'm not saying I didn't, but I don't know that I did. Brian, representing Pleasant Run Farms. Good afternoon. Alethea, good afternoon. And Alethea says she's ready to be nice. I'm ready to be nice too. This is going to be a nice show. It's going to go by so fast. Maria in the house, representing North College Hill. Good afternoon, Maria. Pamela in the house. Good afternoon, Pamela. Good afternoon. She's representing North Avondale. Good afternoon. Shahar says, I meant to say Friday Eve. That's what you get for multitasking. You wouldn't have to do all that multitasking if you had a show. You get it? Because he would take care of you. You'll be taken care of. I'm telling you. Plus, I'm telling you, the Spirit told me God made a short man just for you. Let's see. Jeannie in the house. Good afternoon. I might already say good afternoon. She was responding to Daryl. Let me see. Diane says, I keep a sweater in the car just in case. You shouldn't have to. So I don't like to eat. When I'm eating out, I don't like to eat in. Something like that. Crystal, good afternoon. Crystal is representing, what is TCH? I don't know what TCH is. I feel like somebody has told me this before, but what is TCH? The Crest Hills? I don't know. What is TCH? Somebody tell me. Ron, what's up, Ron? Ron say, what you say, Bama? Jeannie says, I kid you not, I'm wearing a Snuggie. Oh, that's right, the Christ Hospital. Thank you, somebody, Preston and Ron. Thank you. She had said it before, but I don't remember. So, Crystal is representing the Christ Hospital. Brent. Brent says going into Jeff Ruby's with pajamas with the feet. I've never gone into Jeff Ruby's. Don't know that I would. Pat Rogers in the house. Pat Rogers. It'll be Samuel says it'll be nice till your callers come in. Everybody gonna be nice today. I just believe it. I just believe it. Let's see. Chelsea. She says, happy Thursday, Your Highness. Thank you, my subject. Happy Thursday to you as well. I feel like I owe you a redo on the Fruity Pebble Rice Krispie treats. See, I told the little girl that the Rice Krispies was too sweet. I mean, that the Fruity Pebbles was too sweet. And no, I want one with just Fruity Pebbles. So I made it. And then when she bit it, she said, you right, that's too sweet. So nobody ate it. And then the half and half was still too sweet. I had a feeling it would be, but I think I got the formula right. So next time, I think I got you. Plus, I used a little too many marshmallows. I don't normally use that many, but I had the bag, so I just used the whole bag. But I think I got you next time. Ron says, was it the Holy Spirit or something else? I don't want to speak for the Holy Spirit, but I feel like it was the Holy Spirit that was speaking for God that told me to tell Shahara that he created a man just for her, that's like tailor-made for her, except he's short. Valerie in the house. Grand day, powerful royal people representing Westwood. Grand day to you as well. Let me see. I think that's about it. I think I got everybody. Steban in the house. Good afternoon, Steban. Steban Speed. Alethea says, y'all talking about Lincoln kids? Give me a minute. I'm gonna address everything. CK says, I watched a new movie by Eddie Murphy called Axel F. It's Beverly Hills Cop, Axel Foley, or Axel F, I believe. It's all right. All right, I think that's it. I think I've gotten to everyone. Good afternoon. Hope everyone is doing well. All right, now let me address this. Look, here's what you have to understand about me. When you watching Lincoln show, when you watching Wyatt show, when you watching virtually anything that, I'm in the comment section of, look, people call me a clown. I've been called a clown. I'm comfortable with it because I ain't got nothing against clowns. I like to have fun and laugh. You can even look at a serious situation and find the humor in it many times. And you can address a serious topic, but at the same time, not be so heavy with it, right? So one of the things that I do, and I keep saying this, people don't understand. I keep saying this. When I'm watching, in particular, the Lincoln Ware Show, almost all of my comments are words that people mispronounce and kind of phonetically spelling it out. And I don't know why that entertains me. Now, look, I understand probably about 90% of the stuff that I say is not funny to you. But when I type it, I'm cracking up the whole time I'm typing it, and my fingers, I keep mixing the O and the I because they right next to each other. And just like me, my fingers is fat. So, sometimes instead of on, it says in, or instead of saying in, it says on. But I'm cracking up. These are not meant to be personal jabs at anybody. They're just fun. For me, it entertains me. I'm watching the show and I'm being entertained. So that's one of the things that I do. One of the other things that I do is really just since Lincoln is beefing with me, I pick with Lincoln. Now, please don't get me wrong. When Lincoln wasn't beefing with me, I picked with Lincoln. So nothing has changed as far as I'm concerned. I've been picking with Lincoln for I don't know how long. Nothing has changed. All right? And by now, he should know he don't take this stuff all serious and to heart. Let me be clear. I call Lincoln Ware an alcoholic. If I honestly thought he was like a full-fledged alcoholic, I wouldn't tease him about being an alcoholic. I would be encouraging him just to go get some help. But I definitely wouldn't make it a real thing that I tease him about. And I've always believed that he know that I'm just teasing him because I know he likes the drink. So he understands, at least I thought, that I'm just teasing him most of the time. Okay? We all know Lincoln is, how do you say it? Lincoln got, he's got an obsession with sexual stuff. He has some sort of if you say lesbian, he all in. If you say porn, he all in. If you say, you know what I'm saying, it's just, if it's of a sexual nature, you got his full attention. No ifs, no ands, no buts. You got his full attention. So, I like to tease him about that, right? That's just, come on, it's who I am. I tease people. But I'm one of them people who also believe if you can dish it, you should be able to take it. Y'all see how people get on me, the shape of my head, my haircut, my fatness, my, shortness, all of that kind of stuff. Look, if it's funny, it's funny. And if it's really funny, my whole response is probably going to be, now that was funny. That was funny. Every once in a while, somebody might say something that sting a little bit. And usually my kind of, what do you call it? Defense mechanism for something like that is to over intellectualize it. So if you tell me, oh, you're a midget. And if that were to hurt my feelings, I would look up the technical height for a midget, 4'3" or whatever it is. And I would be like, no, a midget is someone under 4'3". Because I'm 5'5", I am not a midget. So, don't that make you not an intelligent person for you're accusing me of being something that you can even technically look up the definition and see that I'm not? I don't know, but I over-intellectualize it, and that takes the sting off of it. It's just one of my coping mechanisms. It just is. So I can, and other than that, I try to maybe have a witty response or, a zinger for you back, if you come for me. So no biggie. I can dish it. I can take it. Now, if you start attacking me, I'm going to start attacking you back. But that's only if you start attacking me. Like if you joking, then, I might say some jokes back, whatever. So when I'm listening to the Lincoln Ware show today, I'm getting to the incident. I'm listening to the Lincoln Ware show today. And well into the show, he says something about at the Republican convention, they going to be doing a lot of drinking and a lot of womanizing. His words, they're going to be doing a lot of drinking and a lot of womanizing. Well, along with, he think that, he liked the drink, and he's, really honed in on, the sexual aspect of things. My response, and I was cracking up the whole time I wrote it, was drinking and womanizing, two of Lincoln's favorite things, drinking and womanizing, something like that. It was hilarious to me. And then Lincoln got really mad. And I said something about I was disrespecting his wife. I didn't say nothing about your wife. I said drinking and womanizing, two of Lincoln's favorite things. And I was actually about to follow it up. I was typing my follow up. Like, I bet you wish you were a Republican again. Because he said the Republicans was going to be doing that at their convention. You know, he used to be a Republican. So it was funny to me. But he got bent out of shape about it. And then his daughter starts talking stuff about blocking me and my family and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, I ain't said nothing about his daughter. I ain't mentioned her name. I ain't said nothing about his wife, and I ain't said nothing about his daughter. I ain't mentioned her name. But since you want to mention me, I still didn't mention her name. I just responded to Brent, who she had responded to. I said to Brent, don't nobody care about who her roly-poly behind unblocked. That's it. That's it. Next thing I know, all hell breaking loose. I won't say it to her face and all that kind of stuff. Why would I not say that to your face? How long have you known me? Why would I not say it to your face? I would say it to anyone's face. Any joke I got about you or response, I will say it to your face. Why wouldn't I? So that's really it. That's the whole thing that happened. He got too sensitive about a joke and went to cussing, and so I responded to cussing, and then his daughter responded, and then I responded to the daughter, and then she said I wouldn't say it to her face. And then I said on my Facebook page, maybe I should just show up to the walking club and say it to her fat face. Now look, when you come, I'm just telling you this, when you come for me, this is just a hint to everybody. When you come for me, I don't want to come for you. Because if I wanted to come for you, I would have just came for you initially. I'd have just been like, and said whatever it was that I had to say about you. But I didn't. So when you come for me, especially if I know one of your sore spots, and you have, for no reason, come for me, I'm coming for the sore spot. I think a lot of people think my height is my sore spot. It's not. I won't tell you what my sore spot is. But it's not my height. That don't bother me. I told you, I didn't even know I was short till I was like 30. So y'all can talk about my height all you want. But if I know your sore spot, and my weight is not my sore spot either. I know I'm fat. I can look at it. I take a shower at least once a day. Usually more. I see. My problem is not you can't shame me about being fat. I know I'm fat. I've come to grips with it. I'm that fat dude. You know what I'm saying? I'm the short fat dude. Y'all done heard me say it. With the unconventional hairline. That ain't one of my weak spots either. My hairline been like this since I was born. You can't get me on that. You can't get me on the height, the weight, or the hairline, or the shape of my head. It's been this shape my whole life. Those are things when I was like 7. You could have got me on the hairline and the shape of the head. But now, no. That's not, if that's what you're going for, you out of luck. But if you attack me, and I know your weakness, I'm going right to the weakness. Why pussyfoot around? I know you look like that girl that ate the wrong candy in Willy Wonka's factory and got literally round. If I know that you look like that and that it bothers you, why wouldn't I go there? Why would I spend time talking about other stuff? I always say the best course of action is don't attack me. You know what I'm saying? Just don't attack me. You can make jokes about me. I can usually tell the difference between when somebody's making a joke and when somebody's launching an attack. I can usually tell the difference. Alethea says she did not attack you, dude. Yes, she did. Me and my family. For no reason. For no reason. So yes, I'm going to respond. And I didn't mention her name. All I said is, who care who her roly-poly butt blocked? I could have been talking about any roly-poly person. I could have. She's not the only roly-poly person in the world who done blocked me. A lot of big bitches done blocked me. What I care? I don't remember, Lewis, exactly what she said. But she mentioned me and my family and, you know, there's something about us being something or another. So come on. You can't come for me and just think it's cool. It's not. I'm coming back. But like I said, I don't mention her. I don't. Because believe it or not, I got nothing against her except that she attacks me. If she didn't attack me and I saw her broke down on the side of the road and you know what I'm saying? I ain't got no sandwiches or nothing, but I might help change her tire. I don't have any animosity towards her. If I saw Lincoln on the side of the road, you know, I will help him. I ain't got no sandwiches, but I will help him change his tire. I don't have animosity towards these people. I can only think of maybe 3 people, maybe 4 people on the planet who I would not help them change their tire on the side of the road. And might even hope that a truck lost control just before they got there. But I can only think of like 4 people who that apply to. That's it. So, look, it is what it is. I said what I said. I said what I said. Lincoln's favorite two Lincoln's favorite things: drinking and womanizing. I've never said a cross word about Mrs. Ware. Period. Because Mrs. Ware's never done anything to me. Not to my face. Never. So I got nothing against Mrs. Ware. So that's it. That's all that happened. That's all that happened. And the whole he left the show early, that was because of his daughter still trying to stoke some flames. I bet he won't say it to my face. What you gonna do? Quick story. Barack Obama got elected. I don't know if it was his initial election or his re-election. And we had the radio station had like a watch party or whatever it was. And something had happened previous to that. And she approached me. Like she got in my face and went to hollering and screaming and, you know, snapping and all of that nonsense. And the young woman that I was there with at the time wanted to beat her ass. Like wanted to roll her, drag her, dog walk her, all of that good stuff. She wanted to get it in. And I was like, no, it's not worth it. She a little mad. It's okay. I don't care. Life is what it is. So, how do you say it? I don't know that I want to say that. Let me see. There's somebody already got one on the shelf. And trust me when I tell you, I'm not fighting a woman. I won't do it. I will not do it. I had a friend of mine. Oh, and if she would have put her hands on you, you got every right to. Why would I look like beating up a lady? No matter how big she is, what I look like beating up a lady? Just like I wouldn't fight Lincoln Ware. What I look like beating up a 80-year-old man? Can you imagine me whooping Joe Biden's ass? No matter what Joe Biden did to me. Joe Biden come at me, I don't like you, young man, and hit me. And I just beat Joe Biden's ass. Everybody would be like, bruh. Well, he hit me first. You didn't have to beat Joe Biden's ass. He's 82 years old or whatever he is. It would just be wrong. So I look like fighting an 80-year-old man. I would not fight Lincoln Ware. I definitely wouldn't fight his daughter. That don't even make sense. That don't even make sense. I would say what I said to her face, though. Like, what? What? Okay, so that's it. That's it. But no, really, that's it. And like I keep saying, nothing happened. I made a joke, got taken too seriously. It extended to family members. They start saying stuff, so I responded to them, and it all goes away. That's it. That's it. I'm gonna explain this one more time. I'm a man of love and peace and humor. One of my favorite things to do is to laugh. One of my least favorite things is seeing violence and chaos. So I have no desire to fight anyone. That don't mean I'm scared. That don't mean I won't. I just don't have any desire to do any of that. So are you gonna go to the walking club? No, I'm not going. No, I'm not going to the walking club. No, that would, in my mind, that would be kind of instigating, right? But when you know tensions are high for even a nonsensical reason, when you know tensions are high, you don't inject yourself into that situation. Okay? So if I could show up there. It's a public place. But I know if I showed up there, I would have to show up with like a gang of people. I would definitely have to have an old man with me. Because if an old man wanted to get some, I would have to have somebody to give him some. I would definitely have to have a female with me. Because if a big bitch want to get some, I'd have to have somebody to give her some. And then, you got the Lincolnites. And I would have to have protection because, I don't want to get jumped. So I would have to have that. It would just be too much of an undertaking. Just for a joke? Come on. I'm 53 years old. I ain't got time for that. I ain't got time for that. Daryl says, was this after the show? So I can go back. Only thing that happened on the show was he called me a asshole and said I was disrespecting his wife. That's it. Which clearly wasn't the case. But you know how when you like mad at somebody for whatever reason and they say something when everybody else understands it's a joke, but because you mad at them, you in your mind you turn it around to it wasn't a joke. You meant more by it. That's that. That's it. He turned the joke around in his mind to have a reason. He manufactured anger. He manufactured anger. Two of Lincoln's favorite things, drinking and womanizing. You disrespecting my wife, you asshole. Come on. In his mind, he manufactured anger. And then that manifested in his daughter. And then you got nonsense. But that's it. That's it. So what else is going on? Joe Biden supposed to be holding a press conference. I feel like, how do you go from that to just, what else is going on? Hold on. Any questions? Any questions about that? So that we can move on from that and leave that where it is. Any questions? I'll take questions. About nothing. This is the part of the show. It's like Seinfeld. It's a show about nothing so far. What time did it happen? Ooh, it was really very much towards the end of the show. It was in, not the last segment, so it wasn't in the 12:45 segment. It would have been in the 12:30 segment, I do believe. I do believe it would have been in the 12:30 segment. But my comment wasn't read on air or anything like that. He just responded to it. You can disrespect me, but that's disrespecting my wife, you asshole. It's not disrespecting your wife, you asshole. Like, if you are into womanizing, the person who disrespected your wife would be you. Let's see. Will you be apologizing? Absolutely not. Apologize for no joke. Jokes is jokes. Do you think you would punch Lincoln in the face if he spits in yours? I'm fairly confident that he wouldn't do that. And I can't necessarily say what my reaction would be if he did, because it would be an instinctual reaction. And so I would hope I never had to cross that bridge. Alethea says, we are not letting this go. You attacked his daughter and fat shamed her. You should repent. She attacked my family and I responded. I definitely don't apologize for responding to an attack. Definitely don't. Like the lady, or assuming it was a lady, earlier in the show, who was talking stuff and kept calling me names and all of that kind of stuff. And I asked her, is your mother still alive? And I wanted to know for a reason. Because if I wanted to insult her mother, and the insult on her mother would have been more about the way that she raised her to create a situation where you're a woman who, assuming you're a woman, I don't know, it's one of those anonymous people. If you're a woman who, because someone even asks a question, because the only question, she said something about Democrats supporting the Heritage Foundation. And I said, what Democrat? Well, actually, Nate said, what Democrats support the Heritage Foundation? And then I think Twin said something. And I said, Twin, can you name me some Democrats that support the Heritage Foundation? And next thing you know, I'm a midget and all of this kind of stuff. And I'm like, really? You calling me names? Because I asked Twin what Democrats support the Heritage Foundation? It was a legitimate question because I could imagine there might be some, what's his name, Joe Manchin or something. I could imagine there might be one or two that, does that. And now you just got to call names. So if there was going to be an insult, it was going to be a knock on the way your mama raised you. But then she said, or he, whoever, said their mama was not alive. So I said, all right, well, I'm not going to say nothing about your dead mama. Like, oh, you insulted my mama. Like, no, I specifically did not insult your mama because she dead. Why would I insult your dead mama? So that's that. That's that. Yeah, that was the so-called Shelley Long. The so-called Shelley Long. I don't know if that's an actual person or whatever. But yeah, and you know, when you, I ask questions because I want to know the answer to the questions. I'm not trying to trap you or anything like that. I don't know why people still think that. I think I've exhibited that over the years and years of doing this. My goal is not to trap you. My goal is to understand what you're saying. Alethea talk about please be the bigger person. Apology, please. Well, in this situation, I'm definitely not the bigger person. The other person is much bigger than me. Much bigger. Rounder, all that good stuff. So no, I'm not the bigger person. Um, you talked about a dead mama too. That was in the past. You can't keep bringing up old stuff. You can't bring up. You can't bring up old stuff in a new situation. You can't do it. Oh, that's terrible. That is terrible. All right, so that's it. No more questions, right? Everybody cool. Everybody cool. Lewis says she might be big, but is she pretty? That's you know, eye of the beholder thing. Eye of the beholder. All right. All hearts and minds are clear. All right. And again, just to be clear, I'm not anti large or big or plus size or fat. I'm fat. I'm not anti-fat. Just don't let that be your button and then attack me, because that's the button that I'm going to push. Joe Biden. Joe Biden. You know, you got to end it somehow. Somehow. You got to end it. Oh. Hold on. Alethea ain't done. Alethea want to know, I want to know why you can't apologize. I could apologize. I have nothing to apologize for. And I'm not unforgiving. I'm not holding a grudge against anybody. Like I said, if I get out here right now on 75 and I see either one of them people, car broke down and they need their tire changed and they need help, I'm out there. I got a jack in my car. Get that car up. Just get your tire on. Keep you safe. Get you on your way. I have no animosity towards any of these people. That's the type of person that I am. We beefing until you say we ain't beefing no more. Because for the most part, as far as I'm concerned, the beef is over when I'm finished beefing. And I've usually finished beefing when I've said whatever it is I have to say. And I can just move on. I can just move on. So Joe Biden is, Terrence says, so, what else is going on? Oh, you tell me. What else is going on? What else is going on? Joe Biden's supposed to hold a press conference, around 5:30? I'm interested to see. Here's what I will say. I think that the Democrats and Greg Landsman, I think, is becoming a part of this. I think that the Democrats are making a huge mistake. Even if you want Joe Biden out, you don't do it the way that they're doing it. These are, for the most part, people who have access to Joe and his advisors. And so if y'all feel like we need Joe out, right? Here's the way, in my opinion, here's the way you do that. George and whoever else, y'all get together, right? Get together Have a conversation about it. We need Joe out. Did everybody agree we need Joe out? Yeah, we need Joe out. You agree we need to. Now, I don't think Joe need to go. All right, thank you. We don't need you in this meeting no more because this is a meeting for people who we need Joe out. So everybody in this room think Joe should drop out. Yeah, everybody in this room think Joe should drop out. All right. Somebody call Jill. Somebody got Jill's number. Call the campaign manager. Let's talk to the head of the DNC. Let's have a meeting. Joe need to drop out. Joe's good. He don't need to drop out. Look, he's slipping. He's slipping. All of this stuff is done behind the scenes. He's slipping. We got George Clooney. We got Greg Landsman. We got a senator. We got some, other media people, just George Stephanopoulos. We got all of these people, and we all agree that Biden is going to lose us, not just the presidency, but seats in the House and the Senate. This is a bad look. Hash it out. And when all is said and done, either y'all come together and y'all say, Joe leaving, and Jill say, okay, I'll talk to Joe. We will get him to step down. And then that be that. And once she say that, then y'all need to have a discussion. Don't announce nothing yet, because we need to discuss who to put in place of Joe. Kamala, what's the California dude? Gavin, who we gonna put in? Who we gonna put in for Joe? Because all of this should be taken care of behind the scenes. So when it all comes out, you say, hey, look, Joe comes out and Joe says, I was thinking about it. I'm ready to move on to the next phase of my life. My son needs my help and my assistance with his legal troubles. Of course, I have grandchildren that I would love to spend some more time with. I trust whomever it is that everybody decide, Kamala, to run this country. I trust that she can beat Donald Trump because she's very capable. And I think it's time for me to back out. I still feel like, as an 81-year-old man, I'm sharp. But my body don't move as fast as I want it to move. When I think I'm a duck, I'm thinking duck, but my body is just still standing there. It ain't ready to duck yet. It moved too slow. And I feel like mentally I'm still there, but I'm not, I've lost a step. And it's time for me to take a step back. And I trust the party in the hands of the party. I trust, come on up here, Kamala. You have my full support, blah, blah, blah. And you do it. Joe gets to step out gracefully. Kamala gets to take the place, or whoever. That fight happened behind the scenes. And the public never sees what looks like infighting. What looks like a lack of solidarity. Because you're in a battle. You're in a battle. And you don't want to show cracks in the armor during the battle. Do all of that stuff behind the scenes. That's all I'm saying. But this coming out and this slow trickle is what they say, like death by 1,000 cuts. Oh, I support Joe Biden. Well, Joe Biden needs to step out and cut him there. And then this senator, well, I've come to the conclusion that Joe Biden needs to step out and cut him there. And then this advisor, well, I've come to the conclusion that Joe needs to step out. And then this, and then Greg Landsman, well, I'm on the fence. I think I'm leaning towards he needs this cut. And don't do that in public. Well, I went on the interview and they was pressing me. You say, I stand with my party. And I trust that the party is going to go in the right direction. And wherever the party moves, I move with the party. You don't put your presidential candidate in a situation where you have now, according to some polls, 85% of the public perception is that he is not fit for the job. And a lot of this stuff, look, a bad debate was a bad debate, right? And okay, we look at it and we like, okay, he's He definitely, clearly, he lost a step. But now I'm gonna do a little bit of whataboutism, but not for the reason people normally do whataboutism. Do you think if Donald Trump came out and had a bad debate, MAGA would be saying it's time for Donald Trump to step down? Or would they be saying he did great? When Donald Trump got convicted on 34 felony accounts, they wasn't saying it's time for Donald Trump to step down. They had a plan. No, they went to the courthouse. They was there with him. They was showing solidarity. They was showing support. He's great. He's good. He's going to do it. He's the best. He can do it. He can overcome these felonies. They trumped up charges anyway. They going to get overturned anyway. And there's nothing to see here. Nothing to worry about. He's great. You don't think behind the scenes that there were some MAGA thinking, oh, this don't look good. We're going to lose some votes. But they didn't come out and say it in public. They didn't come out and say it in public. They let it be what it be. You don't think when Donald Trump gets up and tell lies, even MAGA is like, that nigga lying. Nah, that nigga lying. He ain't fit. They let it be. He our candidate now. Look at what they did when he ran the first time. All of the never Trumpers, most of the never Trumpers, ain't nowhere in the world. No, I don't know. We'll never vote for him. Oh, no, he's not fit. Oh, he's horrible. Oh, he's this. He's a liar. He's a this. He's a that. He's horrible. No, never Trump. Trump, no, never Trump. You want Trump? No, never Trump. Oh, he got the nomination. You know what? Let me reevaluate. See, I was in campaign mode then. But now this is no longer campaign mode. See, now he's our nominee. And I think, while he may not articulate himself the best, his vision for our country is the best vision for our country. This is not about character. His character doesn't even matter. This is about his vision for our country. He's a businessman. And that's what we need, is someone who understands business for our country. But what about he be grabbing bitches by the vagina? What about that? Who hasn't grabbed a bitch or two by the vagina? It's not that big of a deal. He's a businessman. He's a businessman. And that's what's important. But he's got no experience. He don't need no experience. He's a businessman. He's a businessman, and that's what we need. And his vision for our country, and that's what we need. They jumped right behind him. Okay. He tried to overthrow the government. And a few people came out, because he had already lost. Like, okay. He ain't, and it's, okay. So he not going to run again. He's going to get impeached. It was wrong for him to try to overthrow our government. And he's got to be held responsible. He's got to be held responsible. Who the fuck tried to overthrow a government? Come on, we all know better than that. We a democracy. I stood with him through all of the stuff. Okay, he grabbed some vaginas and all that kind of stuff, but I draw the line at trying to overthrow my fucking government. Oh, he's running again? You know what? That January 6th, that was really just, it's not as bad as it looked. It's not as bad as it looked. Like, when I went back and looked at the tapes, it was really just like a tour group. And so it was all cool. And he didn't really try to overthrow the government. He just kind of riled the people up. And who can decide what riled up people do? Plus, Antifa and Black Lives Matter, that's who it really was. He's blameless. He's blameless. He's blameless. They get behind their candidate. They disagreements, they keep that in the background. Once he's the dude, he the dude. He the dude. The Democrats all out here, all in the news, doing press conferences and interviews. Well, I think it's time for him to step down. I don't think he's coherent. I don't think that he can handle the world. I think that, but basically what you're saying is, because if you're saying all of that stuff about Joe Biden, you don't think that he's sharp enough mentally to handle world affairs. And you don't think that he thinks fast enough to, deal with the economy and emergencies that may pop up as a president. You basically saying, what is it, the 25th Amendment? If he's not fit to run, he's not fit to serve. And if you really feel like he's not fit, get him out. No, y'all don't think that you get the best chance of winning with him. But even that, you keep that private. So I think what they're doing is wrong. I think what they're doing is wrong, coming out publicly, having these conversations. But somebody keep calling me with no caller ID. Hold on. And as soon as I answer, they hung up. They'll call me back, and I'll answer the phone. I'm sorry, I gotta, because they done called. It's got to be 8 times. Just keep ringing and keep ringing and keep ringing. But he's supposed to be out there today, holding this press conference, trying to redeem himself and, show that he can think. They kind of put him in a no-win situation. The man got to hold a press conference to prove that he can think. Democrats did that. Because for the most part, Trump's been silent on it. Now, imagine that. See, sometimes you don't have to join the fight when the fight is happening for you. The fight is happening for you. And Trump was just able to sit back and be like, Mr. President, we need to come out and say that he's not fit to be president. Trump said, no, it's cool. Just hold on. Chill out. So what do you mean, Mr. President? We've got to get on this. It's the big news. But we don't even have to do it. They're doing it to themselves. Chill the fuck out. Let this happen. When it's time to jump in, we'll jump in. Just let this happen. Democrats are doing it to themselves. Now, in all honesty, I really feel like if the Democrats kind of switch horses in the middle of the stream, it won't be a good look. It won't be a good look. But it's still salvageable. Up to a point. This decision has to be made before the convention. Okay, maybe not even before the convention, but before the convention is over. Before whoever they gonna put in there, get in there, this decision has to be made before they speak. So you can't have Kamala Harris get up there and do her speech as the vice presidential nominee. And then the following day, Joe say, well, I'm dropping out. So now she's the presidential nominee. So I say it needs to happen before the convention, which would be best. But even if during the convention, whoever you got in your mind as your potential candidate, if you got them on the program, you got to pull them off the program. Because you can't have them speak before y'all make the decision to pull Joe. It could work. It could work. Because with the convention, you get a lot of hype. The convention is the pep rally. And so you get a lot of hype. You get the bounce. You've already had one debate, it was weird that they did the debate so far in advance. But I don't know if that plays in their favor or if that plays against them. You gave Trump a 1-0 head start. And there's only two shots at it. So at best, it's going to be 1-1. But I don't know, man. I don't know. My gut says Joe got to stay in. My gut said, politically speaking, Joe got to stay in. But I don't know the plan if Joe drops out. You again, and I think I said this when I was talking to Wyatt. You gotta choose Kamala. You gotta choose Kamala, which I think equals a loss. If Joe drops out and you put Kamala in there, I think you lose. That's not a knock on Kamala. That's a knock on Democrats. It's a knock on Democrats. I don't think Democrats are ready for another so-called black president. I don't think Democrats are ready, or America is ready for a female president. I don't think black America is ready for a female president, a black female president who's married to a white man, who prosecutes black men. I mean, she prosecuted other people too, but, we look at it a lot of times that way. I don't think America's ready for her. I could see black men saying, I'm not voting for that woman. Why? She a woman. She married to that white man. She's Indian. Oh, what that got to do with it? Come on. We already did and I'm not saying that this is how I feel. And I'm just trying to speak the way people speak, okay? But I could see black men in particular saying, we already did the half-breed thing. We did the black daddy and the white mama. If I'm voting for another black president, it's going to be a black president. A black mama, a black daddy, a black husband, a black wife, some black children. Why we always got to be mixed up with something to get some. I'm just saying, I could see that being a lot of people's, not everybody, of course, but I think enough to make a difference. I could see white people being like, I'm not voting for another black president. We tried that once. I didn't like it. Y'all been on jobs. Maybe you haven't. I've been on jobs where you're like, this person should get the promotion, and they like, we hired a black person in that position before and it didn't work out. I heard that. We hired a black person in that position before and it didn't work out. Have you ever hired any white people for this position and it didn't work out? Well, I mean, but that's not the way their minds think sometimes. So one black person get a chance, and then after that, they got a chance. That we don't want no more. So I could easily see white people saying, we did the black president thing. I didn't like it. Not doing it again. It's just too many things, and to put on top of that, she didn't, primary, and so win the primary, and it's almost like, what you're gonna hear. So we're doing the DEI thing again. We're doing the diversity and inclusion, and she's getting the position just because she's black. You're gonna hear that. It's not a great thing. I think but they got to do it, because if they don't put the black woman in, the blackish woman in, if they don't put her in, and just for the record, I'm kind of against her because she's a member of a sorority. I don't like fraternities and sororities, but that's my own thing. But if they don't put her in, I'm not, and Joe Biden steps out, and then they don't say the vice president is the next person, I'm not voting for him. Oh, the sister couldn't get a shot, huh? Y'all had to go with the white boy from California. That's what we doing? We saying the black woman ain't good enough? I'm not voting for y'all. Nope. Nope, not gonna do it. So I don't know. Joe gotta stay in, I believe. But we'll see. The convention, I think, would tell everything. CK.
Hey, Mr. Livingston, your show is fantastic, sir.
Yes, thank you, CK.
I like it.
I'm glad you like it.
And I want to inform black people, African Americans, and Negroes across America, please vote for Sleepy Joe. Smoking Joe needs your vote. We're in the dire need of your vote. It's looking like we're going to lose on the blue side, isn't it, Livingston?
No, not necessarily. I think if Joe stay in, I think that is our best chance.
Yeah.
I say our. That is the Democrats'
our.
No. I'm kind of trying to clarify. I'm not a Democrat, although I know I'm voting for the Democrats for the presidency. And again,
right.
I'm not
Every
voting.
Day of your life, you ain't never voted nothing but blue.
Well, that's
your
not
whole
true.
Life.
That's not true.
Oh, you voted for a non-blue president?
No, but I voted for Republicans down the ticket. But my point is, I'm not a Democrat, but I kind of like living in what we call a democracy. And I genuinely believe, I don't care what y'all say, I genuinely believe, and I said this on Wyatt, I believe, the other day, where when Donald Trump says I'm going to be a dictator for a day, I'm going to use an analogy, right? Like Joe Biden could tell that joke and get away with it. But if you've ever attempted to, and we all watched you try to sexually assault someone, you can't joke about sexually assaulting somebody, right? We all watched that video of Diddy beating Cassie ass in the hallway. So if someone asked Diddy, like, you think you'd ever beat a woman again? And Diddy like, I might slap her once. You can't make that joke, bro. We just watched you do it. So
he's not joking, though.
But so for me, when Donald Trump says, I'm going to be a dictator for a day, bro, we watched you try to overthrow the government. We watched you do it. We saw you we heard you calling, trying to get them to make votes that didn't exist. We heard you talking about how the thing is fixed, and you wanted the government to not certify the election. We saw you send a mob of people to the Capitol building to attempt to overthrow the government. So you can't joke about being a dictator because of the things that you've said and the things that you do. All I can do is believe what you say now because you have a history.
Right. Now with you know your last predictions, you say you got them right? The last three presidencies from Obama to Trump to Biden, you got them all right, your predictions?
No. I was wrong on the first Trump.
Wrong?
I really thought Hillary was going to, eke out a win. I knew it would be close, but I thought Hillary was going to eke out a win because I guess I overestimated the people. I really did believe we not going to put no rapist in the White House, like a dude who admits to sexually assaulting young women at a Miss Teen USA pageant. We are not gonna put a person like people say what they say, but when they get in there, they gonna think, oh, I got daughters and I got a mama and I got sisters and aunts and all that stuff. They not gonna put somebody in there who bragged about grabbing women by the vagina. I really believed that.
America doesn't hold women in high regard, enough so where there have never been a woman leader of the nation. We have never elected a woman president, which is the reason I knew Hillary would not be elected. With the reason I know he will not hand over to Kamala. And if he did, that is admitting defeat because America will not put a woman in the Oval Office as the leader. Maybe as a vice president, but not as the heads of state.
Now here's why You may be right, but I thought the same thing about Barack Obama initially
Me
until,
too.
I saw something. They ain't never, hey, we ain't gonna, not in my lifetime, we not gonna have no black president. It ain't gonna happen.
Right.
Show ain't gonna happen. It ain't never gonna happen. And then, well, it happened.
Hmm.
So,
Now, did you predict that? Now,
I,
I said the same thing, but I did get the prediction right.
yeah,
So
yeah,
I
yeah.
did say before that.
Once you get to a point where you see what he was up against, like, but
Hmm.
first
Mitt
time he was
Romney.
running against McCain and
Mitt-
Palin.
Oh, yeah.
And I thought there's no way he can lose this. So yeah, that one I was sure about.
Yeah, all we got to do is we need to get our fighters in order. We got Sleepy Joe. We need to get better contenders. We got some, he's a champion. He's a former champion, but he's a little long in the tooth, Livingston. He's long in the tooth. We need a vibrant, like 38 years old. You hear me? 38, 46. Why we got these doubling up, tripling up guys? We got George Burns. These people are George Burns age, Betty White age. What's going on?
Well, he still got the title, bro. He do. I don't care how old Rocky get, as long as Rocky got the title. You know what I'm saying? You got to give him a chance to defend the title. When Drago come
Right.
in or whatever and beat him, then all right. But as long as he
Right.
still got the title,
Right. Hmm.
he gotta have an opportunity to defend it, unless he say, "I don't want this title no more."
Yeah, but this gonna be big. I want him to win because it's just gonna be funny. Because it's gonna be an upset. Because I know the way America looks at it, they know Trump gonna get in there. So I would love to see the people crying in the locker room about losing this. It's just personal here. You feel me? I want to, because he should win. He's in a position to win, but by somehow, I'm rooting for Sleepy Joe real bad. And I told you the only reason I hate Trump is just because of the damn Central Park fire. I don't even see no more past that. It's 89 deaths for Donald Trump to me.
All right.
You know what I mean?
I hear you, CK.
And your thing about what you said about the Lincoln. Come on now. When you disrespect him the way you did, you are disrespecting his wife.
How did I
You called him
disrespect
a
him?
womanizer.
No, I didn't.
Oh, you didn't?
No. I said that was
Oh,
one
no,
of his favorite things.
God. Listen, man.
That don't
If I
necessarily
call
mean that
your-
he did it.
Okay. You right. Oh, you technicality. Oh, man, you got off on
No.
technicality
Think
right
think
there.
about it. Think about it. If I'm always talking to you about, I'm gonna just throw some threesomes, right? And CK, you call in and you mention threesomes, and I'm threesome. Oh yeah, tell me more. Threesome, threesome. Oh yeah, threesome. Oh yeah. And then one day you be like, one of Emmanuel's favorite things is threesomes. Do that mean I had a threesome? No, but when we bring it up, you get awfully excited about it. So clearly, it's one of his favorite things.
And so you said his daughter jumped on you because of that situation?
Well, I don't know that she heard what I said. I think what happened was she heard her dad blow a gasket, and so then she decided to come for me with, just because. A reaction. She reacted, wanted to defend Daddy Boy.
Now, you know why I was offended. You
No.
know why I'm offended personally. Right?
Why?
What do I tell you every time I talk to you? I say, God bless you and the family. Much respect to the... Don't I always compliment your family?
You do,
I compliment your family more than I compliment you.
which is shameful.
You know what I mean? So I took that personal. I seen Sabrina Livingston in your chat. She's another outstanding. You could tell just, some people you could tell they college graduates just by what they say on the chat line. You feel me? So y'all got a family full of college graduates, right?
Yes, we got one or two in the family.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm big on education. You know what I mean? That's why I saluted all these, because I never made it nowhere, as far as education. So when I see scholars, multiple scholarships, I just wish y'all didn't have this beef. And I need, like you said, you gonna have to step up since you the younger guy. You got to step up being the younger guy.
Step up and do what?
As an African American black male, you must apologize for things you're not wrong about. This is the American way.
Shit. That's my entire response.
I tried, man, but look, much respect to both of y'all families. You know how it go, man. It's petty. It's nothing. No violence is going to happen over it.
Exactly.
Yep. Hey, but yeah, respect to your platform. Thank you for having me on the. I'm about to get back to that. You know what I mean? That slave stuff.
All right, CK.
Yes, sir.
That's CK. But yeah, no, I don't know that them winning. I'm interested to see what happens tonight. I'm very interested to see what happens tonight. And we'll see, where it goes from there. We'll see where it goes from there. But that was that. There was something else. Oh, CK talked it out of my head. There was something else that I wanted to discuss. I don't have no whole lot. Shoot. I should have wrote it down. I don't be having time to write the stuff down. No, I see stuff and I'm like, oh, I got to talk about that. But I can't think of what it is. Y'all, what else is going on? What else is going on out there? And how do y'all feel? Would y'all vote for Kamala? Joe steps down next week. They put Kamala in and whoever as her VP. Would you vote for Kamala? And when I say steps down, I don't mean resigns as president. Just I'm off the ticket, one term, and I'm done. Would you vote for Kamala? How's little baby in Texas? I think she's good. I'm sorry. Something on my tongue. I think she's good. I talked to her mama. I haven't talked to her. I'm specifically not talking to the little baby. Her mom, you want to talk to her? I said, no, I don't want to talk to her. I will see her when she get back. I remember spending summer in Alabama. And I never talked to my parents when I was down there. It gave me a chance to miss them. So when I got back, like, hey, she talked to her all the time. She's fine from the hurricane and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I know she's fine, but I haven't talked to her. I'm not going to talk to her until she gets back. Give her time to enjoy her daddy. And she thought, she think her daddy is a superhero, which is a good thing. I told him when she was born that was a part of his job. You got to protect her and teach her and blah, 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 blah. So she believes her daddy is a superhero. So I know she wasn't worried about the hurricane because she don't think nothing can happen to her when she with her daddy. So, and that's a good thing. I encourage that. Because I always tell her, I would let you fall. Even though I never do. When she was little, I used to tell her stuff. Like, go ahead, jump. I got you. You got me, grandfather. I got you. You're going to catch me. I'm going to catch you. I can go. You can go. I got you. But now, I don't really do that. I mean, she knows she's safe, but, I like to let her think, he would let me fall. So, but okay, so I know she's fine, but I haven't talked to her. Drea says, I will vote for Kamala or whoever represents the Dems. Okay. A few other people said, yes, they would. Absolutely. Brent says absolutely. Michael Pryor says absolutely. I don't know what that Tua stuff is, to be completely honest. I don't. Shahara says, can you speak on the comment I made? Okay. Hold on. Let me scroll back through and see if I can find the comment. I wasn't looking at the comments when I was doing all of my rambling. So let me see if I can find the comments. While I'm looking for this comment, let me tell you, I believe that there is a good chance. I believe there is a good chance that Donald Trump wins. I really do. Okay, Shahara, I think this is the comment. I just don't understand, with all they've allowed Trump to get away with and all the rules they've bent, why this wouldn't be considered such a dire and extreme need to bend the rules and let Obama take Biden's place, go with the immediate past Democrat. He just can't. Just from the standpoint of the Constitution, he can't run for president. He can't. That's not a rule that you can bend. That's constitutional. So it's not, they can't do it. Plus, I doubt if Barack Obama want to do it again. I doubt if he want to do it again. But yeah, he just can't. Now, what they could, technically, I believe what they could do, and I'm preface that with I believe, because I'm not a constitutional scholar. But what I believe they could do is, if they put Kamala as the president, they could put Barack Obama in as the vice president. But he can't run for president. He can't run for president. Hold on, somebody said something. Hold on. But a felon can? There's no constitutional amendment that says that a felon cannot be president. It's just the rule. Now, if people wanted to institute some sort of a constitutional amendment, and what's the process? It needs to be voted on and then ratified by however many states. Was it 3/5 of the states or whatever? I don't remember all of it, but it's got to be, there's a whole process that you have to go through to change the Constitution. So that's what you would have to do. Can Obama be VP, then Joe step down? Yes, but he's not. Kamala is the VP. Now they could, like I said, Joe could step down, Kamala could be there, or they could kick Kamala off the ticket and put Barack Obama on the ticket. I think technically they could do that. They could do that, but Shahara says, bend that Constitution. They bent everything else. I don't think we want them bending the Constitution. Once we move into that area where the Constitution is now meaningless, and I know a lot of people think the Constitution is meaningless. A lot of people believe that. But there are protections in the Constitution that we should rely on. I don't know that enough of us do. I don't know that enough of us exercise our freedoms enough, and they are kind of very slowly taking some of those freedoms away because we don't exercise them, because, we don't want to look bad. We don't want to be the bad guy, out there doing stuff and, remaining silent. The police ask you a question. Why not just answer the question? Because I don't have to. See, you just being difficult. Once we start giving up our constitutional rights just because. So we don't want them, because once you say, well, I know the Constitution says this, but we not gonna pay no attention to the Constitution where it comes to this. The next thing you know, you in a police interrogation being tortured, forced to confess to something, and you're like, I thought I had rights. Well, you remember when we did that thing about the Constitution and the presidency? Yeah, we gonna do the same thing about this. It's precedent. We can just suspend certain amendments when we feel like it. I don't think we want that. I don't think we want that. Brian says, I'm not opposed to a felon being able to run for president, especially given who gets criminalized in America and for what crimes. Just so happens that this felon is a piece of S. I agree. I agree. Jack says, what are we learning here today? Nothing. You should you shouldn't stick around. Nothing you're gonna learn. I'm starting to believe people aren't going to participate in this upcoming election due to the very poor choices. But that's always the case. There's always a great number of people who don't participate in presidential elections, and including, people who are registered voters. And if it shakes out that way on both sides, again, I listen to 700, and I hear some people on 700 basically saying the same thing. I'm not voting for Donald Trump. I won't do it. They have their morality or whatever. They have their reasons, and they're not going to vote for the guy. So there's going to be a lot of people on that side that don't show up, and then there's going to be a lot of people on the Democratic side that don't show up. And it comes down to basically the same thing that it comes down to every election, in my opinion. You got to motivate your voters to get out and vote. And that becomes, in this election, a lot of it is, I need to motivate you to get out and vote so that the other guy doesn't get in. I don't know exactly when it flipped. Some people say, Michael Dukakis, all of that kind of stuff. What was the dude name? I can't remember his name. Who the Willie Horton ads and all of that stuff. I don't remember the guy's name. Who was George W. Bush's campaign manager, I believe he was. Died of the brain cancer. I don't remember his name. But some people say it started there. But, man, the idea of vote for me because I'm the best candidate has gone out the window a long time ago. And people longing for that again, you're going to be longing for a long time. That's not the way elections are run, especially on this scale. It's not the way elections are run. I would venture to say that there's a good chance that negative ads outnumber positive ads. Don't vote for this guy outnumbers vote for me because here is what I'm gonna do. Because that's someone somewhere has figured out that's what we respond to. That's what we respond to. He's evil. Don't vote for the evil guy. No, I'm not voting for him. He's evil. Well, who you gonna vote for? The other guy. Well, what is he gonna do? I don't know, but he's not gonna be evil. Just in this case, I think it's almost very true. The guy tried to overthrow the government and said he wants to be a dictator. That's one of them things where you look at, or at least I look at, and I say, I don't want that guy. But the other guy, he's 81 years old. Okay, I just have to believe that his advisors and all of that stuff around him will help him steer the country just like for the next however many months, for the following however many years after the election. Why can't you believe that about the other guy who wants to be a dictator? Because he wants to be a dictator. So, that's the way I see it. Ron says, I'm voting for the guy that has 34 felonies and can function from 4 to 11. All right. Hey, that it might not seem all that good when he's a dictator from 4 to 11. And then from 11 to 4. But, again, I'm not here to tell you who to vote for. I think there's a really good chance Trump will win. And I lost my faith in the people and their ability to choose wisely when they chose a guy who, not jokingly, but enthusiastically admitted to sexually assaulting women. Didn't Bill Clinton pay Paula Jones $850 to go away? Why wasn't he convicted and labeled a felon? Just wondering what's the difference. Well, you just said what the difference is. He wasn't convicted. And if you have a recording of Bill Clinton admitting to sexually assaulting women on a regular basis, I'll listen to it. That tape, Access Hollywood tape, he didn't say, well, one time I grabbed a woman by the vagina. Well, there was this time this woman, and she was really good looking, and I just couldn't control myself. I feel bad about what I did, but I grabbed her vagina. He said, I grab women by the vagina, and when you're a celebrity, they just let you do it. I mean, he been doing it for a minute, and he proud of it. To me, that's different. I mean, I'm not 100% sure what happened with Paula Jones. Never heard Bill Clinton say, I sexually assaulted that woman. But I heard Donald Trump say, I grabbed bitches by the vagina. He didn't use that word. Ron says, we got classified documents in a garage at the president's house and in the office, and Hunter Biden is running around with Chinese dissidents and businessmen and has shell companies all over the place, and he had access to all of that. Why are you bringing up Hunter Biden? I'm not sure that y'all understand that, that unless maybe something happened and I didn't know. So, Ron, you can tell me. Did Joe Biden step down and the Democratic Party put Hunter Biden in as the presidential candidate? Because that might have happened while I was on air. I don't have the news up. Is that what happened? Somebody tell me. Did I miss that? Hunter Biden is now running for president. Did I miss it? Was there a tape released or an audio released of Joe Biden saying, yeah, I be taking money from the Chinese all the time, and when you the vice president, they let you do it? Was there some audio released where he admitted to doing this? Because that's different than audio being audio of the man saying that this is what he does. If you present to me the audio of Joe Biden saying, I'll be breaking the law. I'll be breaking the law all the time. And when you're the vice president, they let you get away with it. I'll listen. Do you have that audio? I'm not here to say that Joe Biden is blameless. He, this ain't gonna sound too good. He an old white man. I believe he done did some stuff, some bad stuff. If you can't prove it, you can't prove it. I think evidence kind of makes it seem like that's different than being on a recording saying, I do this shit. I do this. What you talking about? Grabbing by the vagina? I am a vagina grabbing machine. That's where you're trying to tie the hunter and the laptop and shell companies and blah, 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 and there's a really good chance that he did this and that. We don't have to do all of that. We got a confession. Yo. So I don't understand how you don't understand the difference. There's a difference. Now look, you might not think that it's a big deal that the president sexually assaults women on a regular basis. Might not be a big deal to you. I kind of think that's a big deal. Why is that a big deal? Well, again, there are a lot of issues that a president has to deal with. And especially when you're talking about women's rights, he's appointing people to the Supreme Court who are going to make a lot of decisions about women's rights. And if he is so la-di-da on women's rights, like, grab that vagina, so what? And there's a really good chance that he doesn't have much consideration in terms of women, period. That's kind of important. It's kind of important. But again, to me, the main thing, and I'm going to say this, I don't really mean it in the way that it might sound if you take the quote out and, in a silo. I don't really care about him grabbing women by the vagina. Okay? I don't care about him fingering that lady in the dressing room or whatever. I don't really care about all of that stuff. The man plans on being a dictator. And again, he said it. It's not, I just think based on his past this and past that he might be a dictator because all evidence points to the fact that he has but he said it. We have a confession. Is fingering the lady in the dressing room bad? Absolutely. He should probably be in jail for that. Is grabbing women by the vagina bad? Yes, he should probably be in jail for that. Is falsifying them documents and all that stuff bad? Yeah, I don't know that he should be in jail for that, but he should have to pay some sort of cost for that. Is stealing them documents and stuff bad? Yeah, but I don't know that he should be in jail for that. Maybe not. All the lies that he tells, is that bad? Yeah, but everybody kind of lie here and there. He's just much more proficient at it. I'm gonna be a dictator. And Brian said, well, he actually said a dictator for a day. Again, I go back to my analogy. We watched Diddy slap that girl around and drag her and all that stuff. And if you ask Diddy, would you ever ever assault another woman? And he says, I might slap him once. You really think Diddy only gonna slap him once? If he's willing to admit to you that he'll slap him once, he won't just slap him once. You don't get to make that joke after you slapped a woman on record. So you don't get to say, I'll be a dictator for a day after you've tried to overthrow the government. You don't get to make that joke. Ask everybody else that question. Joe Biden, would you be a dictator? And if Joe Biden's like, I'll be a dictator for a day. You're like, Joe's silly. Joe's silly. That Joe is being silly. I would close the border. I would close the border and I'd attack Medicare. That wasn't what he said. But you'd be like, Joe being silly. That ain't funny, Joe. That ain't funny. Ask Kamala. Kamala, would you be dictator for a day? I mean, would you be a dictator? I would only be a dictator for a day. You know? Oh, Kamala, you silly. Kamala, you silly. Why are you being silly? But the dude who actually tried to overthrow the government can't make that joke. It was a terrible Biden impersonation. I haven't heard Biden speak. I don't know. I just know he kind of stutter a lot and not really clear about what he's saying. It was a terrible Biden impression. It was. Admittedly. It was a terrible Kamala too. I can't really think of how she speaks. Ron says, preponderance of the evidence, sir. Preponderance of the evidence. You can't talk me, man. I'm not 100% sure what that means. Let me see, what else is going on? Ron, you just saying words. What's a trip is he didn't lose a civil suit to her for that. He lost a civil suit to her for defamation. He just said she was a damn lie and they awarded her money. The reason why he lost that civil suit is because she had already gotten a judgment against him where they found him liable for the sexual assault. So they found you liable for the sexual assault, and then you say she a liar, so then she sues you for the defamation because there was already a judgment saying that you sexually assaulted her. But you knew that, didn't you? You just being silly. I did not check out the Bears series. I did not. I did check out the thing with the eyes. I'm sorry, I can't think of the name of it. Supercell. I watched a couple episodes of that. So we'll see where we go with that. Preston says, most men of power are male chauvinists, especially old white men. They all feel self-entitled and are more than likely prejudiced and have done something racist. I agree. Vincent says, hey man, Joe said some bad things about black people in the past. He shouldn't be able to joke about not being black if you don't vote for him. Just keeping it fair. Well, I'm not worried about keeping it fair. I'm worried about not electing a dictator. That's my main concern. Everything else being equal. And then you take away the man trying to overthrow the government and saying that he wants to be a dictator. We can have all of those conversations, and you never know. You never know. I can't see myself voting for a. See, there's just so much stuff. Like, there's evidence that Joe Biden did some stuff and said some stuff and all that kind of stuff. I mean, some stuff we know he said. But it's just certain other. I mean, like, the man said out of his own mouth, who thinks about dating their daughter? Who thinks about dating their daughter? Like, there is a serious lack of integrity and morals and everything with this guy. Who thinks about dating their daughter? Who thinks about their daughter's titties? Who thinks about that stuff? I was watching an interview with him, and I don't know who was doing the interview, but he was there. His wife at the time was there, who was Ivanka's mother. I don't know which one that is. And Ivanka was there, a little young girl. And they were talking about kind of the future. And he was talking about her like, I think it was like, I hope she get my brains and I hope she get her mother's, I hope they're like, And I'm like, what the, who thinks about, I hope my daughter have big titties when she ain't got none? I'm looking at my granddaughter. I'm looking at this little baby, and I've never thought, man, when she grow up, I hope she got some nice titties. Who thinks that? There is something just morally wrong with this guy. And a camera is there. It's not even like you could make the argument, the Access Hollywood tape, like maybe he didn't know that, he was being recorded and, it was just locker room talk. It was just locker room talk. It's a stupid argument, but you could make that argument. He knew the cameras were there when he talked about his daughter growing up and getting big titties. He said it on camera, for the interview, and thought it was cute. That's sick. That's sick. And that's who you want to be your president. But even that, in my opinion, pales in comparison to the fact that he tried to overthrow the government and he wants to be a dictator. Brent.
What's going on, Emanuel?
How you doing?
I'm all right. Hey, I'm not going to talk politics today, and LaDonna, I'm not even going to talk wrestling today. So, hey, what I wanted to do is to put you up on game.
All right.
Specifically, what is the proper ratio when you are using crispy rice and fruity nuggets for the perfect Rice Krispie treat?
I hate that you called it crispy rice and fruity nuggets, bro.
Hey, we didn't grow much money, so we had to deal with the knockoff brand. So I never bought into all of the name brand stuff, because a lot of cases they made it the same companies. And
agree, yes, they are.
Me and Aldi's is cool, so I still go there, and my sons can't stand it, and my wife can't stand it either. But I'm like, hey.
I'm with you. I got nothing against it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna bring on something that tastes worse than what the name brand stuff tastes like. But if it tastes just as good, I'm like, oh yeah. But even if I bring it home and it don't taste as good, oh, we finishing that box. We ain't throwing it out.
Yes, I agree.
That is not.
All right. So what's the
But
correct ratio? Help me out.
the ratio you want, so you got your marshmallows, whatever amount of the recipe you use, so let's say it is, you're making a big batch. So you got 3 cups of Rice Krispie treats. So that's not a big batch, but you want to do 3 cups to 1 cup ratio.
That's
So
too
for every
much.
3 cups
No,
of
that's too
regular,
much.
no, you may lose a pinky toe, but you won't lose the whole foot.
No, I think that might
So,
be. Hold on, I'm trying to think because you do, for their actual official recipe, it's 6
hmm
cups of Rice Krispie
okay.
treats. Okay, so if
hmm
I take using what you're saying, I would do what 4 3/4 cups Rice Krispie, and then 1 1/4 cup of Fruity Pebbles.
That'll get you there. It'll have you buzzing and bouncing off the walls, but it won't cause you to go into a sugar diabetes coma.
I think it's still a little bit too much. And I did half and half. And that was
Oh
way too
no,
much.
oh no. I've even done it to where it was all fruity pebbles
Yeah,
back there in
I
my
did that. My daughter
younger
requested it, and
days.
that's what I gave her. But I
Oh
did 3
man,
batches. I did just Rice Krispies. I did
right.
just Fruity Pebbles, and then I did one that was half and half. And the half and half was still way too sweet. It was way too much. So I was thinking like 5 to 1 or
Well,
five and a
3 to 1,
half.
3 to 1, or 4 to 1. That should get you where you're going.
I think I'm trying
Yeah.
5 1/2 to a half. Because you really just
That
need the fruity. I don't like the way this sounds, even before I say it. You really just need the fruity taste in your mouth.
oh no, oh no Diddy, no TDJ, no everybody. Good Lord. Yeah, no, you shouldn't have said that. Oh
But
man.
that you just need a hint of the fruity pebbles.
hmm
So five and a
Yeah, yeah.
half to a half is what I'm gonna try.
Okay. Yeah, and from past experience too, even though it was so good, don't do it with cinnamon toast crunch.
Why is that?
Oh, it was just way too sweet. I had to drink like a gallon of water just for eating a couple of them. It was good, but it was like, oh, this is too much. This is way too much. Yeah, that's like goodness, folks with the gout. Knowing they shouldn't be eating all that high fatty food, but they foot hurting, but they still gonna eat it. I'm like, no, I can't do that. I gotta. I'm no longer, now that I'm on the other side of 50. I'm trying more so to eat to live instead of living to eat.
Okay.
So I'm trying to do better, even though I do have a quarter of a pan of Rice Krispie treats sitting in the refrigerator right now. That
You
I think I'll have this.
refrigerate them?
Well, to set it up and to sometimes I refrigerate them, sometimes I break them out and put them in Ziploc bags. But I have to let them, after being in the refrigerator, I have to let them thaw out before I eat them, or it'll
That sound
cut the
like
roof
they
of your
would
mouth
be
off.
really hard.
Yeah, you let it sit out for a couple of minutes and they soften right on up.
Okay.
Oh, and if you want to take it just a regular Rice Krispie treats to another level, add you about maybe a quarter of a cup of malted milk, like what they use in malts. It gives it
Yeah, no, I'm gonna
gives it
pass on
enough.
that.
It gives it a different flavor enough that you don't know it's malted milk, but you're like, oh, this is good. So
Yeah, I'm
yeah, so
a
I've
pass.
had.
I'm a pass on that.
Oh man, you got to try it. If
Uh,
you try it one time, you'll be like, what is? That's good.
I don't think I'm gonna ever try that. Somebody would have to give me one, and I not know that it was some malted milk in there, and I'd be
Yeah.
like, "This is a good ass Rice Krispie treat." And they'd be like, "You know what the secret is? Malted milk." And then I would be like, "I got to try that," but just off the, nope.
Well, it's just like the secret ingredient to your boneless chicken at from Chick-fil-A is powdered sugar. That's what gives it its, this unique flavor and got people hooked. They giving them sugar diabetes along with along with their lemonade.
Well,
So but that's it. That's all I have for today. Wrestling. Something happened on AEW, but I need to go back and watch it to be able to give you a good. What's her name? Timeless Tony Storm. Do you know her character?
no.
Timeless Tony Storm. Whenever she comes out, they change the color to sepia, so it's like old timers. So she's like a Marilyn Monroe.
I've seen that, but I didn't even know who she was.
Yeah. So that's but her character, her character work and everything is just hilarious. Because you would think she was back in the 1950s, 1960s movies, the way her mannerisms and the way she talks and everything. And,
Okay.
She got the Marilyn Monroe curls in her hair. It's hilarious. But
okay, hold on. Before you go, since you don't want to do the wrestling talk, I really do have to ask you about one thing.
Yes.
Mommy is back.
Oh, yes, I forgot about that. Yes.
Is she staying with Judgment Day, or is she leaving and they're replacing her in Judgment Day with the little blonde girl?
Man, I think she may be out along with Damian Priest, because you can see that they've been turning Damian Priest's face.
Yeah.
Slowly but surely. So I could easily see both of them out there, but Liv Morgan, that's her name.
Yes.
Liv Morgan. But someone. Oh goodness, what happened there? Yeah, because she came there. I was like, I didn't know she was coming back so soon. So that was good.
Yeah.
That they're bringing her back, but how that's all going to play out, man, they could do the swerve to where Dom turns on her. He's there with Liv the whole time, and But I still think something was going on between Liv Morgan and what's his name, the Demon. Well, he ain't the Demon anymore, but Ben Balor.
Huh?
So there was one episode. I don't know if you remember the one episode to where she
and he took the hotel key.
Yeah, and Ben Balor snatched her. I'm like, he could be hitting it and make it.
Yeah. Well, all right.
There's a bunch of different angles that they could run there. But.
All right, Brent.
All right.
I appreciate your call.
All right, and we're going to end with a yeet.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right, that was Brent. So, y'all, we got to get a little bit of wrestling talk in, man. Y'all, nothing wrong with getting a little wrestling talk in. Let's see. Do I have anything else? I don't know that I have anything else. What else is going on? Oh, I haven't done this in a while. All right. I'll open it up. Any questions about anything? I will do my best to answer. If I'm kind of willing to. Okay, hold on. Key!
Hey, what's going on, Emanuel? How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Sensational.
All right.
Did you listen to the song yet? Remember I told you that's Chris Brown, so you like, I ain't heard it.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I didn't listen to it.
Okay, because when I said it, you probably catch on and know what I'm talking about when I say that.
Okay.
Because did you see I kind of sung it a little bit?
I did. I
Okay.
I thought you was just feeling really good.
How you doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you?
All right, you about to get off?
I was, yes.
Oh, okay.
I had just opened it up for questions. Any question about anything.
Oh, okay. Okay. Would you wear that yellow shirt for? Because of what you said earlier in the call?
No, this is I was trying to do something at the library. They have a printer at the library, and so I was trying to screen print this shirt. My placement on the shirt, I got to get used to the machine at the library, because I'm debating when I do one-off shirts, do I just take them to the library and do them, or do I do the setup here and do my own screen printing? So this is a reverse flash shirt. You can't
Is
really
it
see it.
something on the front of it,
Yeah.
or is it plain?
No, it's reverse flash.
Oh, I can't see it. So you
But the
gotta stand
placement is
up.
super low. I just did a
Right, you gotta
bad
stand
job
up.
in terms of
Okay.
placement and
Oh
size.
yeah, why
I
you got it
should have
so
made it
low?
small. Because I where the machine at the library says it's going to print,
It's on your. It's like a belly
yes, it
button.
prints so much lower. And this was the first shirt that I printed. And I didn't know that it was going to print that. I thought it was going to print where the machine said it was going to print. But it
Oh,
didn't. It printed much lower. So I had to make that adjustment. So yeah, that's why this is all the way down there on my
belly
stomach.
button.
Yeah,
You got a belly
it's
button.
terrible placement.
Or bullseye.
Yeah, it's terrible placement, and I don't like the way the print came out. It's not opaque enough. So I think on white shirts I can probably go and print something at the library, but for anything else I need to screen print it here. So
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. The shirts you got on, they look like they're nice thick t-shirts you got. Is that like thick cotton or something like that?
I mean, it's a nice ring spun cotton. I don't remember how many ounces it is, but it's a nice thick cotton
Yeah,
shirt.
look
Yeah.
like it. Okay. All right. Look at you doing something. So you still making shirts, huh?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. Cause I ain't heard you talk about them in a while. I heard you talk about your jobs at the churches and stuff. I know you still was making shirts and
Yeah, no,
stuff.
I still do. I'm still gonna do my riding Biden shirt. Which I might say that might not be the best idea with everything that happened earlier today, but I try to be a man of my word. So I have to. I said I would do the Lincoln Wear is riding Biden shirt, so I'll do that. For everybody else, I'll do the riding with Biden. Um, but yeah, no, I still do shirts. I got this Stevie Wonder shirt that I'm gonna do. I'll be printing that one out tomorrow. It's a nice little design.
Oh, okay. But you ain't gonna give up no shirts though. See, like that reject you get. I'm gonna call it a reject shirt. Hey, Preston. See that shirt you get on now where you don't like design, like the reject shirts like that you make. You can give them out.
Nah, these I just wear around the house.
Oh, okay. Like nightgowns.
No, not no nightgown. But I'm just kicking it. Like I'm about to when I finish here, I gotta go outside and cut the grass and all of that good stuff. So this is what I wear outside to cut the grass. It's just a shirt that I wear. It's gonna get grass stains on it and all that kind of stuff and dirt and oil or whatnot.
Right. That's why I call it the
yeah.
reject shirt.
But it is
Yeah, that's why I
definitely
call it
not
the reject shirt.
no damn nightgown.
I know. You know I had to get you. That was a good one though, wasn't it?
That was a
You know I had
that
to
was a
get
good
you.
one. That was a good one.
Now, you said did you see the Beverly Hills Cop? Did you watch that?
I did.
Oh, okay. Well, how was it? Is it like was it like a remake or was it like good?
It was okay.
Oh,
It was
okay.
okay.
Or was it like the Coming to America Part 2? I
It
was
wasn't-
so mad they made that.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. It was okay.
Okay.
It wasn't that bad. It was very much passable. Like again, if you hadn't seen the first ones, you might have even watched it and been like, "That is so funny." But if you saw the first ones, you understand the humor and all of that kind of stuff. It was okay. It was okay.
Oh, okay. Because I know the first one was my the first one was my favorite, but the second one was the funniest to me. I didn't care for the third one. So when
Yeah,
they were
no, the
talking about
third one
fourth
wasn't good. I would
No.
say this one was better than the third one, not
Right.
as good as the second one.
Oh, okay. So it was passable.
It was passable. Don't
Yeah. 'Cause
again
if it ain't
for me.
funnier than the second one, it was just.
I'm not
okay.
gonna say it's funny at all. I did
Oh,
not.
okay.
I didn't laugh not one time
Oh,
through the
man,
through the
come
movie.
on.
So you just kind of had to watch it just as a movie that you like. Don't go in thinking like, oh, Eddie Murphy gonna be cracking me up or so and so gonna be cracking me up. I didn't laugh not one time. But
Man, and that's what I wanted. You know what I'm saying? Because when you think of Eddie Murphy movies, you think of funny, like
Yeah.
the classics, like the Beverly Hills, Another 48 Hours, The Golden Child, and stuff like that. The classics, you think funny, but I was so mad that they Coming to America too. I said, why did they make this and
I don't know.
ruin the first coming to America.
Yeah, it was bad. But this one
Horrible.
again, this one is not a Coming to America 2 bad quality, but it's
Okay.
not funny.
Oh, okay.
It's just
now
it's a half decent story. It's
Oh,
a half
okay,
decent
no.
story.
Now, what about you think about the Gladiator 2 movie that's coming out? Have you seen the first one?
Oh, absolutely. That's one of my
I think
movies.
the first one, but it was years ago when I don't remember it.
Yeah,
'Cause I
nah,
think
that's
think
one of
the
my
movie-
movies, bro. I watched
I
that
know.
movie.
I used to watch it all the time, but
Yeah.
that's not nothing in my memory that I remember for some reason. I got to go back and watch it. Because the new one, I guess, I don't know if it was a son on there, so supposedly the son is an adult now. And
Yes.
he in this, so I got to go back and watch it again.
Yeah, Lucius is an adult, and we'll see what they do with it. I'll probably check it out once it comes to whatever's gonna be on Max or Paramount Plus or whatever streaming service it ends up on.
Oh, okay. Okay. And then, let me see what else we can talk about. Well, now, what about, I don't hear nobody talking about all these recalls on food and stuff and drinks and stuff. Why do you think it's a recall every other day?
I haven't heard of any.
Yes, it's like a recall on water. It was a recall on ice cream. It was a recall on cucumbers. It was a recall on, the latest, it's like some frozen chicken something.
Huh.
I'm like, why is it a recall every other day?
I was not aware that was happening. I
You better
haven't
pay
been.
attention, man. You sometimes when you get your chest be getting the bubble guts and stuff. That's probably because that recall food you eating that you ain't paying attention is recalled.
I don't know where you getting this stuff from.
What, bubble guts? You ain't never heard bubble guts?
Yeah, I've heard it, but who says I'm running around with bubble gut?
Well, you got everything else. You got bad feet. You got throat issues, and
I do have throat issues.
and then you call yourself fat and all of that
I
stuff.
am fat. That's just a fact. But yeah, no, I haven't seen the recalls. I'll keep my eye out for them though.
Yeah, it's like every time you turn around, it's a recall on something. I'm like, you can't eat nothing. I'm like, it's a recall every time you turn around. Like I said, it was a recall on water, bottled water.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what's going on. Alrighty, man, y'all just calling to say, hey, see what you up to. You gonna be on tomorrow?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. You got any plans for the weekend?
Yes.
Okay, you do.
Yes.
Okay, you going to that mansion again? That white mansion you went to during it? Was it around 4th of July? Or was
No.
it around Memorial
No,
Time?
I'm not going to
That
the
mansion with all that money,
and
and you couldn't.
my
wasn't
niece
gonna come.
my niece rented a house, so she
Okay,
got the money.
blame it on the niece. Speaking of nieces, where's your Chelsea at?
She
I
the one that
miss her in
rented the
the
house.
chat. I miss her in the chat.
She was there today.
Where's she? I ain't see her like she usually be in there.
Yeah, she the one that rented the house. She got all the money.
Twin, be quiet. We just have a conversation. Twin getting jealous, me and you conversating.
No.
Okay, well, Twin, you can call in and talk to him. I'll get off. Okay, alrighty, man. You enjoy the rest of your day, okay? Everybody in the chat, enjoy the rest of your day and be safe because also, too, Emanuel, the road rage people shooting all through the city. What's going on with that?
I hadn't seen that either.
You haven't, Emmanuel, where have you been?
Working.
Okay, me too. But I still got to pay attention to these people who are in the city.
I don't watch a lot of local news because I don't like the way our local anchors cover the news.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I don't watch. And it's not a big deal to some people, but I don't need you to tell me that something is a tragedy. I don't need you to tell me that something is uplifting. I don't need you to tell me that, all of that kind of stuff. Just give me the information. Let me decide if it's tragic. Let me decide if it's uplifting. Let me decide if I should be angry. Let me decide. You know what I'm saying? I don't like it when they interject their thoughts and opinions and all of that stuff into the news. Oh,
okay,
we got
so like
a
when they say
sad
it's a mass
story for
shooting,
you.
You don't want them to say mass shooting. You just want to say shooting, and you
No.
determine if
They
it's
can
mass
say
or
it's a
not.
mass shooting, but I don't need you to, when they do this transition and they say, Oh, we have a sad story for you. There was a mass shooting down in so-and-so. I don't need you to tell me it's a sad story. Or we have this tragic event that happened. Don't tell me it's a tragic event. Just tell me what the event was. Tell me what the story is. Tell me, don't editorialize in the news.
Oh, okay.
That bothers me.
Okay. Well, yeah. Well, just letting you know, it's people out there with good driving. Well, you know that people driving around with guns or whatever, but don't get well, I don't know if these people wasn't even really. They said he cut them off, and then he got mad at them and pulled out a gun and started shooting on down by Paddock or whatever. This was like maybe 2 days ago.
Oh.
So yeah, people on the road, they getting angry, and then it was a 16-year-old that got road rage with people, and they pulled out machetes on him. And
Now
cut
that
him.
I did hear about.
Okay. Well, it was one after that.
Okay.
So the recent one was Paddock, the road rage on Paddock, but before that it was the one with the machete. So yeah, it's getting crazy.
All right.
So you keep your eyes out. You keep your eyes peeled.
I'll do that.
Okay, man. You enjoy the rest of your day. Okay.
T, you do the same.
All right. Talk to you later.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, I am I'm a very kind driver now. I've overcome my road rage. I still fuss at people in the car because a lot of people can't drive. They make really, really bad decisions when they drive. Bad and unsafe and or erratic decisions when they drive. But I'm much more calm. I do still fuss at them. I ask, what are you doing? Why would you do that? That I do. But I let people in. You know what I'm saying? I drive defensively, as they say. I'm not going to be aggressive. Oh, you can't get in here. You shouldn't have pulled up to the and be out in the street fighting people because they wanted to cut over in the lane when they should have cut over, a mile back when it said that this lane was closed and merge over. I don't even do that stuff no more. If you want to get over, go ahead. Get in. Go ahead. There you go. You got it. I just want us to keep moving. If we can keep moving, I'm happy. If we can keep moving, I'm good. I don't know why. I don't know what happened. I remember the incident with the BB gun, chasing the dude, all of that good stuff. And I'm like, I'm so far from there now. I'm getting old. So I guess that's what it is. Like, my old man chill was kind of setting in. Like, whatever. Let's just flow with it. You want to get in? Come on, get in. I even flash the lights. Come on, get on over. You good? You got it. If we can keep going, I'm happy. Young African American women bug me the most in terms of their driving recently. It's because they're the most aggressive and the least appreciative. Has been my experience lately. Okay? Young African American women, especially when it's more than one in the car, they drive way too aggressive for me. And, even when I let them over, they always gotta, do a little something and, throw up the finger or stick out their tongue or something like you just got one over on me. You didn't get over on me. I let you over. Why are you taunting me for letting you over? Like, that's not necessary. I flash the lights so you know that you can come over. And why all that stuff? Why are you doing all of that? I let you over, bitch. Why are you taunting me like that? But if we can keep going, I'm happy. I don't know why. For whatever reason, they are the ones that's just lately been irking my nerves the most. The brothers, what I'm saying? I let the brothers over. They just like, all right, whatever. Or even nothing. A lot of times the brothers, the young black men, do nothing. They don't throw up the hand and say thank you or nothing. They just get on over. Okay, cool. I don't need you to thank me, whatever. So everything is cool. But for whatever reason, them young 20-something-year-old sisters just, for whatever reason, they have an attitude, even when you let them over. I'll just be like, I don't know. Why are you doing all of this? Why? Why? I could have kept your ass over there. I don't, I no, Carol, I can't do it because I think it's, Mrs. Livingston is not going to like this. I think it's gay. I think it's a thing that anytime I see a man, whether in celebration or mockery or any of that stuff, stick his tongue out like that, with his tongue out, I'd be like, you gay? Because it seems like a gay thing to do. And I'm seeing more men do it. Like the dudes running on the Olympic team, the Olympic track team. I can't remember now. Either he got locks or braids, kind of dyed blonde, and he ran and he won the race. And he running around with his tongue sticking out. And I'm like, why? Why are you doing that? You might be gay. You might be gay if you do that. And I found that that's not necessarily a bad thing. I was watching I can't remember what I was watching. I was watching something and they were talking about how you can tell, like, there is an actual scientifically proven difference between the way gay people talk and the way straight people talk. There's a scientific difference. Gay men in particular hold out their S's a lot more. They over enunciate their vowels. The pitch on their voice, they pitch their voices up a little bit higher. This was an actual scientific study that they did. So when I be telling y'all, like, he sound gay, I be, what do you mean he sound gay? What do that mean? It's a scientific, I'm going to find it and I'm going to play it. And it was some gay dudes who were giving out the information about the differences between the way gay people talk and the way straight people talk. And they didn't necessarily love the information about the study, but they finally had to admit, like, yeah, there is something to this. Well. Blade,
What's going on, man?
how you doing?
Pretty good. Only reason why I called in because the topic you're talking about.
Oh, okay.
You're right. You're right. That's the serpent. That's the serpent talk.
It's the what?
The serpent talk. That's how Satan sounds.
Oh, you're saying serpent. Okay, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what Satan sounds like.
I don't know that to be true, but I'll take your word for it.
You just said you got the scientific research.
But no, that was gay men. That was not necessarily the devil.
Yeah, Satan's gay.
Okay.
Satan is the opposite. Satan is the opposite of God. God is manly. Satan is like that.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. I don't know that to be. I don't know.
He went up. He went up to Eve and whispered in her ear.
Okay, and I've whispered in women's ears.
With a high pitched gay voice.
Where does it say in the Bible that he used a high pitched gay voice?
I'm just putting my extra on there.
Okay.
But that is the bafflement sign of them dudes.
Okay.
They sound like they got something in the back of their throat. All of them got that. Have you noticed? All of them got that high pitched voice.
No, I've not. It's not all. It's not all of them. It's some of them.
Okay. Majority of them. But when they really, come out flaming, most of them got that high pitched voice. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
I mean, Because I was talking to one of them, I told him, I said, man, put some bass in your voice. He couldn't do it. I said, when you talk to me, man, put some bass in your voice. You know, you're trying to sound like a woman, but you're not a woman. So when you talk to me man to man, I don't care if you're gay, put some bass in your voice. Show me some respect.
All right.
Hey, man, tell your girl to call in.
Who?
She's on the chat, the man hater. Tell her to call on in.
Okay.
Denise, whatever her name is.
Oh, okay.
Denise Davis. Yeah, tell her to call in.
All right.
Okay.
Thank
yeah,
you.
man, but you on point, man.
All right.
Them boys, they that's the serpent.
All right.
Okay.
I reject that Davis Denise is a man hater. I reject that. Let me see. Somebody said Pete Buttigieg doesn't sound gay. You don't think so? To me, if I didn't know, I would definitely think he was gay. And then I would find out, yes, he's gay. So when I hear him talk, I hear what sounds like a gay person. Not that don't necessarily mean, or not that a straight person can't sound gay. And I'm comfortable using the terminology sound gay now based on this scientific stuff that was presented. So I'm not saying that a straight person can't sound gay or that a gay person can't sound straight. I thought Pete was gay also. He is gay. But I guess he's saying he doesn't sound gay. But he is gay. But he definitely does sound gay. Sammy says, I don't hear it. I hear it. I hear it. Okay. Caller.
Caller. Hello. This is Marquetta.
Oh, hey.
What's going on, man?
Nothing much. How you doing?
I miss you.
So we not beefing no more?
You better say you miss me too.
I did miss you, Marquetta.
I love you. I miss you, E-Man.
I love you too. I love you too.
Is that gay? Is we gay?
I'm not.
Okay. I'm not gay either.
Okay.
I wasn't sure. I heard you say you can hear it in people's voices. I'm like, I seen somebody else tell another podcaster they loved them. They was like, ooh, gay.
Oh.
I had to call and ask you. All of this, I mean, y'all at war about this old man. What do you think about him? He just gave more money to Zelensky and permission to use American bombs on Russia.
I'm not necessarily against that. I mean, if you go with the mindset that Russia is our enemy, and that Russia, and again, I'm not over there, so I don't know all of the detail. I know what people tell us, but I don't know all the details of anything. So anybody could be saying anything. But if Russia invaded the Ukraine, and Russia is our enemy, it makes sense that you would help Ukraine fight off your enemy, Russia, without putting U.S. troops, in harm's way, as long as you could.
But don't you need, act of Congress or something to involve yourself in war? And I hear you saying we're not putting boots on the ground, so we're not technically in the war. But, I mean, if I'm giving you $30 billion every other month and let me say this, in my opinion, I don't know Russians. The one Russian lady that I know, she was really pretty. She was really nice. I worked with her. Her and her mom lived here. They spoke a little Russian, but I found out I don't know nothing about Putin and them. I've never seen Putin bomb America. I've never seen Putin bring drugs to America. I've never seen Russians do an aggressive act against American soil. So that's not my enemy, but I hear what you're saying.
Well, look, I understand the concern about the amount of money that the United States is sending abroad, in particular to Ukraine, because there are a lot of people here who could use assistance.
I mean, Texas is underwater right now. Texas is flooded out. I mean, they don't have electricity for like 1.5 million people. They're trying to restore it, but it's a slow go. I'm just trying to figure out how is this candidate so, I always say, how the devil better than Satan. I just heard the man say something about Satan. I really couldn't listen to him too much. But how is Trump worse than Biden? How?
Well,
I'll give you one. Today, the Supreme Court announced a ruling against the Sackler family. I will give this administration that happened under their watch. Do you know who the Sackler family is?
those are the what was the
Oxycontin dope dealers.
Yeah.
So they had big peel mills running out of Middletown.
What was the name of the company?
The Sackler Foundation. I don't remember Oxycontin. I don't remember the name.
I can't remember the name of it, but yeah, I know who you're talking about. I don't know why I be trying to remember those details.
So the Supreme Court ruled today that the Sackler family could not hide behind bankruptcy to stop being sued further. So I don't know if it was Governor DeWine who first started it out a few years ago, saying they were going to sue Purdue Pharma. That's the name. Purdue Pharma. They were going to sue them, and they was going to do this, that, and the third. But it really didn't hurt them economically. It was like a $4 billion settlement, money put up for people, etc. But they said, we're not accountable for everybody that took the drug. Even their children should not be able to sue. So we're going to set aside a few $1 billion, but that's it. The Supreme Court came by today and said, oh, yes, you will.
Right.
The descendants of the opioid addicts who died or who suffered are eligible to sue you even while you're in bankruptcy. And so they said they got to go back to the drawing board because that reneges the dollars that were already put out there, and now they got to go refigure out how to allocate those funds. And that did happen under the Biden administration, so that's a win. Right?
Again, from my perspective, the person who wants to be a dictator, who tried to overthrow the government, is not the person that you want to put back in the White House.
So he was in there before? Was he a dictator then?
No. But there's this thing where once you get a taste of power, and then that power is taken away from you, if you can, for some people, if you can get back to that position of power, you'll never let it go. And I think what happened was once he realized, like, whoa, I'm going to lose this power, because he was technically still the president when he tried to overthrow the government. So I think it started then. But
you did see the Supreme Court also ruled in favor of the January 6th people, right?
Okay, and
it was some sort of ruling that came down with the Chevron ruling that basically said the January 6th people were charged wrong.
Yes.
So what they charged them with, it wasn't applicable to whatever they did. So
that's what they said.
I'm not necessarily rooting for the January 6th people, but if I'm angry at my government and I feel my government is filled with crooks and liars and thieves and lobbyists who have paid them off to my detriment, I would probably run up in there too. But, that's just me. I got one more question. I'm going to let you go. You was talking about gay. So what do you think about, I use low ball, softball. What do you think about men who are born men assigned male at birth being placed in female federal prisons and jails as women. They're women now.
Yeah, I don't
You're
like
not
that.
getting.
I
But
don't.
that's your that's Biden's Title IX and all of that. That's where you have a transgender in the Olympics in the women's category. I mean, you don't like that, but isn't that? I mean, that's their kind of like their freedom, right?
Um,
In this country, you get to be a man or a woman if you choose to. This is America.
I don't
If
like
you
that.
choose to transition.
I don't like that.
Hmm.
I don't like the idea of that. Um, so I'm against it, I guess, to answer your question. I think we over incarcerate, so there might be a good chance that a lot of those people probably shouldn't be in jail anyway. But even just putting that aside, I don't like it.
Well, they have. If I watch, hold on, let me take you off my speaker.
What'd you say?
Had text off my speaker. I
Oh,
watch C-SPAN. I'm single, one of them old woman. What the nigga in the Facebook called me, man hating women. So I watch a lot of news, and I've been watching the hearings for federal appointees of the Biden administration be questioned by people like Ted Cruz and Jordan and some other unpopular congressmen. And basically, they're asking them, why are you putting these men who are guilty of rape, child rape, other perversions, who at 50 decide that they're women, into prisons with women, and in those prisons, they're assaulting women. And the judges are saying, well, they're women. They've taken enough hormones to be considered women. It's the same thing with Ketanji Jackson. Remember when they asked her, what's a woman? And she said, I can't define that.
and if I was her, I wouldn't have answered that question either.
Why? You don't know what a woman is?
Well, it was a trick question.
How is that a trick question?
Well, let me ask you, Marquetta, Denise, define a woman.
A woman is a XY chromosome adult female who is able to give birth with her uterus or not.
What or not?
X,
So,
X,
you
and
said
then
she's
X,
able
X
to give.
chromosome.
You
My
said able
apologies.
to give
But
birth.
some women,
But what about
can't have
women?
children.
So you're saying women who
I
can't
just
give
said that.
birth, they're not women?
I just let me reiterate and say it again because I said it wrong. A woman is an adult female with an XX chromosome and a uterus who is able to give birth or not.
So now you see why it would have been wise for her to not answer that?
I'm not sure where is the discrepancy.
Because of what
Some
I
women
just
can't have children.
you
Some
like
women
you
can't
said,
have children
you
because their
made
uteruses can't
right, but
make
you made a
a
mistake.
distinction.
Because
Okay,
again,
what's
I
the
could
mistake?
go even further because you said a woman with the uterus. So you're saying once a woman gets her uterus removed, she's no longer a woman. And my point, of course, is you
Go back to
don't.
the XX chromosome. That was the first thing I said. The
Okay,
XX
but that's just
chromosome is
but
what
that's just
creates
one part of it.
is what
There
creates
you
the
added
estrogen, and that's
you
what creates the uterus. But go
but
ahead.
you
I'm sorry.
added so much more to it,
So
and
what's a man?
you tell me what's a man.
A man is a adult male with a XY chromosome with a phallus and testicles, or not, because some men experience octoectomies where they, have their penises for whatever reason. They may have their testicles removed, but that's still a man because he had an XY chromosome.
But so
I'm just not
no,
sure if
wait a
we
minute.
really want to go down the
No,
road of
I'm a,
confusing genders like that.
but I agree
It's
with
a
you.
simple
But
question.
all I'm saying is it's
Mhm.
not a simple question. Again, just for the stuff that I just did to you.
You think do nothing to me. To you, you may
No.
have.
To
To
you,
me, a woman is
you
still
said
a XX chromosome
no. You
that has
defined
a
you
uterus
initially. You
who can
defined
have
a
a
woman
baby.
as XX with a uterus who can have a baby, and then
Or not. Or
because
not.
I challenged you, you said you had to change it. And then what if
No, I did not
what about
change
when her
it.
uterus is removed? Is she no longer a woman?
She's still a
And you
woman.
have to
She's still a
understand
woman because she has an
Katanji
XX
Katanji was smart
chromosome.
enough to understand that any
Oh
of these
God.
Republicans up here can pick apart like I'm, kind of ineffectively doing. Pick
You
apart
trying.
my
You
answer
trying. But this is,
and put me in a position where I said something to insult women. Because now I just said, if you don't got a uterus, you're not a woman. Or if you can't have kids, you're not a woman.
I
Or all of that kind of
That's
stuff.
that's
You
what
did
you're
say
saying.
that.
Calm down. That's why I love you so much. But you're always hollering. Calm down. We talking.
Well,
I'm gonna read. I'm gonna
I'm sorry.
restate it. I'm
I'm
gonna
trying to
restate
talk.
my answer to you.
But
I'm gonna restate my answer to
But
you,
hold
brother.
on. Before
A
you
woman
restate,
is adult female.
see, this is why I had to
The
yell,
XX
Marquetta, because
chromosome.
you're
Go ahead,
not
sir.
listening to
Go
me.
ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
before you restate your answer, let me tell you that, yeah, that is the reason, because I be sitting there and I let you talk and I don't interrupt. But then once I start talking, then you jump in and I have to talk over you, which I would rather not do.
Yes.
I'd rather just go back and forth one at a time. But again, my point is, Katanji didn't want to get caught up in that trap and then have to go back and answer it, and then had that video of her on C-SPAN and MSNBC and Fox News and all of that stuff, OAN or whatever, saying that women without uteruses are not women. And so it was smart of her, in my opinion, to say, I don't know.
Okay. Am I allowed to talk yet?
Absolutely.
Okay. I did not say a woman without a uterus. I said an adult female with an XX chromosome who is able to give birth with her uterus or not. That's not saying that absent of a uterus that you're not a woman. It's saying some women can't have children, but you are still an XX chromosome adult female born with a uterus. But and then that too, when you say she says that without those caveats, you got to understand the implications on funding for women's clinics. You talk about abortion and how we need to have the right. We also need to have the right to female dedicated services. And if you're saying that a woman doesn't necessarily have to have an XX chromosome, the XX chromosome is what produces estrogen. The XX chromosome is what produces breast. The XX chromosome is what gives you the period, etc. So when you start saying, blurring that line and erasing parts of what a woman is to include a trans woman, now you're not getting as much funding to hospitals. I've been watching C-SPAN. You're not getting as much funding to these clinics and stuff because you have this competing gender in your gender. Even in Title IX, when you see these girls in high schools and colleges who are athletes, etc., as an athletic person, you want to compete against somebody who's also athletic of your gender. It's a totally different game when you are running or swimming or boxing against somebody with an XY chromosome, because those chromosomes create testosterone?
Testosterone.
So you're stronger. You have muscle mass that's builder. You're a little heavier handed. You have more bone density. So you might be able to, just by an inch or two, swim better. You might be able to run just a little better. And that diminishes me as a female, that diminishes our opportunities at college scholarships, at Olympic tryouts, etc. So again, that's a Biden-Harris administration strong
I
point
agree. I
that
agree.
they're really pushing.
See,
And as
Marquetta, listen.
Christians, I mean, I'm not Christian. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Let me say, I agree with everything you said. I'm not in favor of all of that stuff.
Hey,
My only point
we
was,
agree.
if I'm Katanji, I'm not answering that question because it's filled with landmines that I can be trapped in. And, like you said, you didn't say
What is a
one thing.
woman?
You said you didn't
I
say one.
didn't. I said exactly what I
Hold on.
said.
No, you didn't.
An
I
adult
don't think you did.
female XX chromosome
No. With a uterus.
who can give birth or not.
Okay, and again, that's a landmine. If you Katanji, now what you have on Fox News is Katanji Brown Jackson says that women without
A
uterus
woman
aren't
is a woman.
women. Who wants
I
that?
did not say without
You
a uterus.
said with a
Emmanuel.
uterus.
You're
You
implying
said
that.
no.
I
You
said
said
you can have
XX
women who are
with a uterus who can give birth or not.
or not.
Right.
You can listen.
So that
I got
would
plenty
mean
of friends.
she
Listen
has
what I'm
to
trying
have
tell
a
you. I have
uterus.
plenty of friends who have a uterus who can't give birth. They have endometriosis. They have fibroids. They have polycystic ovaries. they have a uterus, but it can't produce a child. So that's the or not. I'm not saying absent of a uterus once you get a hysterectomy that you're
Right,
no longer a
but
female.
Marquetta, again,
That's not what I'm
you're
saying. That's
right.
what you're trying to imply. But that's
No,
not what I'm
that's
saying.
what the Republicans would have said that she was saying had she given the exact answer that you just gave, because you said XX with a uterus who can give birth or not. And they would have said,
That's
so
right.
a XX without a uterus is not a woman. Is that what you're saying, George
And she
Jackson?
should
That
come back
if a
and say
woman
that's
does
not
not
what
have
I
a
said.
uterus, then
No,
she no longer is a woman? And that would have been on OAN and on Fox and on that other network to make her look bad. So I think just from a political standpoint, it was a good idea of her to not get into the specifics of what a woman is. And I think it was a wise decision. That's all
why
I'm saying.
didn't they
I agree
ask
with
her what is
everything
a
else that you're
man?
saying. I do. I'm not,
Why didn't they ask her what is a man? Why was it concentrated on the woman? Why didn't they ask what is a man?
because that wasn't what they wanted.
What is going on? What is going on with American men that they have to be identified? I know a lot. I know Teak Milan personally. You would not know that was a born woman if you see her. She got a mustache, beard, muscles, no breasts. You would not know that that was a born woman. But they're not in the spotlight. Cher's daughter, she was one of the first trans females to be known as a man. You don't hear her in the news. You don't see trans men out there as much as you do trans women.
Well, but
Why?
that's not, they didn't
Why was they
ask her
focused on
that
the woman?
because that's not the hot button issue. They're not asking questions to make sure that they're really vetting her. That those congressional hearings, especially the public ones, are for showboating on both sides. So the questions that they're asking is not necessarily questions of any sort of relevance. It's questions so that they can hit the points that they want to hit and make the speech that they want to make, no matter what happens, whether she gets confirmed or not.
That's true. And one last point. We talked about this before. Ruth Bader Ginsburg. These old decrepit politicians and Supreme Court justices that die in their seats. Isn't that selfish?
Yes.
So if Ruth Bader Ginsburg, if she would have been, we talked about this before, if she would have been an honorable Supreme Court justice like Thurgood Marshall, she would have allowed, I think it was Obama, the chance to appoint a Supreme Court nominee.
Yes,
but
she would.
She died instead. She would rather have died than give her seat up to a black Democratic president to allow him to establish a Supreme Court justice who would be able to battle the Republicans on the Supreme Court. But she would rather die. And it's the same thing with Biden. It's the same thing with Trump. These are very old, selfish people who don't want to relinquish the reins of power. And it's just amazing to me how, as black people especially, we feel that, I don't know, our freedom is hanging on them. And it is, I guess, kind of, but I mean, you got the George Floyd bill yet?
Nope.
Hello? You ain't got it yet? Do you have the right? I heard you say something about the police. Oh, because I know when Trump come back, he said he's going to have free reign. So there'll be no immunity for cops. And there'll be no overseeing. There'll be no overseeing of police when they kill somebody unjustly. There'll be none of that. That's what he's saying when he gets in office. Terrible, terrible idea. And he got a pregnancy registry where if you get pregnant, they'll track your pregnancy to make sure that you have that baby. But if you miscarry or if you abort or the pregnancy gets evacuated somehow, you're going to jail. So I definitely against Trump there. But I don't see Biden as being any better. I don't see Biden as being a smart person. I think he did well at the debate outside of staring in the space. Otherwise, I think he had articulate answers. He gave complete sentences. The other guy didn't. Every time they asked him a question about health care, he talked about something else. Talked about child care, he talked about something else. So there's neither of them deserves, in my opinion, the loyalty that black people are showing them. The way that you guys are fighting and arguing with other black people about either candidate is rather disgusting. When you are, did we get reparations yet? Hello?
Not to my knowledge.
You know, you be hanging up on me. I gotta check the phone sometimes. So, so you didn't get reparations. You didn't get the George Floyd bill. We're not clear on what a woman is. And the other guy is saying
He wants
he's
to be a
going to sit
dictator.
in office for the rest of his life.
Right.
He's going to be a dictator, him and Barack. And the best that we could come up with was Joe Biden.
But no, Joe Biden's already
You
there.
know, right, he's already there, but his base is not enthused about him. And I'm seeing in the news, I've been watching YouTube all day. I'm seeing in the news people pulling back their support from Biden because he's elderly. But that would not be the reason I would pull support from Biden. I would pull support from Biden because he's not interested in a black politic. I heard somebody say, you know, oh, he gave HBCUs this and we got $250 in tax. Remember when we got the $250 in tax and I asked you, you know, well, dang, do we got to pay that back? And you said, yeah, I think you do. I was praying you was wrong. But you did. They came back and took that money. That was not cool. But anyway, I love you, E-Man. I won't be a stranger. I just tried to kind of bother you. And leave the young girls alone when you're driving. Oh, you know, again, that goes that old man rage. You know,
I don't do nothing to them. I let them over, and then they give me the finger or
spider eyelashes and their caterpillar eyebrows and what else you be saying about
no,
them?
I don't say nothing. I just let them over, and then they give me the finger and stick their tongue out and all that kind of stuff. And I just be thinking, why? I was nice to you. Why do you have to be?
And you let that bitch over into the fast lane. How dare she?
Yeah.
Unappreciative.
Yeah.
I feel you on that. But you know who I get road rage from?
Who?
Old Asian women.
Huh.
I was driving up here the other day. And I guess her car was too new. It was. I guess her car was too new for me to park next to. But she looked at me like I was trash. Like, how dare you park next to my Benz? I got a lack. I was kind of offended, but that's who I seem to have. I've experienced that only twice, but otherwise I don't experience road rage. But you and your listeners have a great day. Again, I would just re-emphasize to Black Americans and don't say there is no Black agenda. There are policy makers, and there are activists who are not local to you, who are working on reparations, who are working on getting a Black agenda-focused politician like, what's his name, Harper Hill or Hill Harper, something like that in Michigan.
Hill Harper, yeah.
There are politicians who are genuinely interested in putting equity and capital back into our communities so that our generations of youngsters are not growing up and developing criminal behavior and criminal conglomerates to survive. There are Black people, look up ABOS 101, who are interested in the rule of law and why descendants of slaves in America deserve reparations. That is not a folly. We're not Israel and we're not Ukraine. So get on white boys they dig back. You have a good one.
All right. That was Marquetta. Transition Care Concierge says, Emanuel, you reaching? Not reaching. Hold on a second, Nate. Not reaching Transition Care Concierge. Ketanji Brown Jackson was wise to not answer the question the way she didn't answer the question, because those Republicans would have picked up whatever she said. The question was asked in a way to be a trick question, to catch her up on something, anything that they could put on Fox, OAN, and whatever the other one is, to say something negative. And by her not answering, that was what they had negative. But had she said XX with a uterus, they would have said, so you're saying that if she doesn't have a uterus, she's not a woman. They would have said, whatever. If she can't have a baby, then she's not a woman. That's what they would have twisted it to make her to have that sound bite to make her sound bad. Either way it went. So I think what she did was wise. And that's not a stretch at all. That's just what they do. And by they, I mean both sides. Nate.
You know what kills me is people like Marquetta, Denise, they ain't no dummies. They know what they're doing. They peddle in negativity to keep the black community. They want the black community to just be mad at everybody. They have no solutions. And it bugs me that they are able to use platforms like this to push that negativity in hopes that we'll just say, oh, man, we ain't voting for neither one of them. They both is equal. This both sidesism, this whataboutism, no, they are not equal. They are not equally bad or equally corrupt. And this is what radicalized Ron and Telephone Turk and Twin, they keep pushing this stuff, and it bugs me. So I took notes during her call, and I want to, if you don't mind, I want to rebut point by point some of the things that she said. First, I'll take them. I won't necessarily take them in reverse order, but I want to start with the last thing she said. She said, don't believe that there are no black activists out here working on a black agenda and a black plan. Now, how many years ago was it when at the 11th hour, like 4 months before the election now, all of a sudden Ice Cube popped out, we got to have a black agenda. We got to have a meeting. And unless they go with our black agenda, then we can't support them. And if it means we just can't vote this time or we got to go with Trump, then we got to do that. How many years ago was that? It was several. And so you telling me that all the years that Trump was in office, y'all ain't put together no black agenda? It ain't on paper. We can find Project 2025. And if you're telling me that black people is just as smart as the white boys behind Project 25 with the Heritage Foundation, I heard of CP time, but good God, how many more years do we have to wait for y'all to put our black Project 2025 in writing? That's point number one. So until it's in writing, y'all just talking. Y'all just radio activists. That's why I coined that term, because radioactivity ain't good for you. And these radio activists who do nothing but talk on the radio and now on the podcast, they not good for it. It's all talk. Talk is cheap. Where is the plan? And until y'all come up with a written plan that's available on the internet, just like the Heritage Foundation, I'm calling BS on y'all. Y'all just talking. So that's number one. She said, she contradicted herself. First she said, how is Trump worse than Biden? Then towards the end of her call, she said, well, Trump did say if he get back in there, he's going to have no immunity for cops. That answers your question. One candidate, first of all, Biden's going to be the president or Trump's going to be the president. Unless Biden steps down, which it don't seem like he's going to do, one of them is going to be the president. So we have a binary choice on who we want to be the president. So by her own words, one candidate, Trump, wants no immunity for cops who brutalize or even kill black people. But she says there's no difference. How is Trump worse than Biden? That's answer number one. Then she says, well, Trump is talking about putting together a pregnancy registry. How is Trump worse than Biden? That's answer number two. Then she poo-pooed, well, you know, people talking about a little $5 billion for black farmers. That's issue number 3. How is Trump worse than Biden? Trump is against the black farmers getting the $5 billion. Biden's for it. That's how he's worse than Biden. She said, well, you know, I'm hearing people talk about $16 billion for HBC, like that's spending cash. That's something you take to Target or Walmart, you know, and pull out your pocket. No, that's real money that's been spent helping black students go to black universities and colleges like Alabama State, down there in Montgomery, Alabama, your alma mater. So that's how is Trump worse than Biden? Biden came up with the money. He showed us the money. We said we need something for our vote. Biden delivered. Trump had 4 years. He could have did it too. He didn't. So you have to compare. When you only got 2 candidates, you have to compare who's best for us, who's best for our community, and on those 4 things, we know that Biden and the Democrats are better for black people and for America than Trump is. Now, they play a little trick. It's a game. They keep talking about they fascinated with these transsexuals. I do get it. It's part of the culture war. And white people done told them to be mad at transsexuals. And then you got some, I don't even know what they call themselves now, these ultra-feminist black women, because Marquetta Denise ain't the only one who's fat. They're trying to replace women. They're trying to let men get their penises cut off and replace them. It's just like when you talk to radicalized Ron sometimes, he'll go into this thing about Democrats want to cut men's penises off and make us gay and make us It's like, what are y'all talking about? You know, where is this hysteria? Because all the black people I know, and I know a whole bunch of black people, and I'm black myself, we're not waking up in the morning scared that somebody's got a scalpel waiting to cut our penises off. And the black women I know, they're not scared that they're going to be replaced by some men. So what they do is they get this hysteria going. Transphobia. The trans people are coming to replace the trans biological boys are coming to replace the black women. We ought to be afraid of. Even if that's true, what the hell do that have to do with the Democratic Party? What do that have to do with Joe Biden? Then she said, well, there is a trans, they done worked their way into the Olympics. Now, I'm going to ask you, since you study political science, I didn't study that in school. My major was communication. And then I went switched over into paralegal studies. So where in the government is where on the government flow chart is the International Olympic Committee or even the U.S. Olympic Committee? I do read a little bit. I don't know what the hell Biden or the Democrats in Congress or the government got to do with the International Olympic Committee, and what do politics have to do with a trans runner making it onto the Olympic team? Maybe you can, after I finish this rant, maybe you can clarify it for me. I got my computer up in front of me. I'm hoping maybe somebody in the chat can explain what Marquetta Denise is talking about as it relates to an election that's in 4 months. And even if Biden, I don't think Biden is qualifying people saying you get to go to the Olympics, you got to sit back. You know what I'm saying? So even if Biden did have something to do with it, or let's say he could maybe issue out a presidential proclamation or veto and say, oh, nope, we're not sending no trans on the team, or we gonna boycott the Olympics until the International Olympic Committee goes and reverses their decision to let trans people get in. Let's say he could do that, which he can't, you know. And let's say it was what? What the hell do that got to do with the price of butter in China or whatever the saying is? I don't get it. I don't get why they're so fascinated about it, and I don't get why they keep trying to be slick and put this into conversations about politics and voting. It don't have nothing. One don't have nothing to do with the other one.
I'm not sure that I agree with that.
I've been listening to you on this time. Every time this topic come up, you kind of let them slide. You know, okay, let me be quiet. Why do you disagree with that?
Well, it is one of these culture war issues, right? I get that.
Exactly.
But at the same time, it from a moral perspective, which is where it, of course, comes from. The idea, just the very idea that men can be women and women can be men is offensive. And if you do have a group of people telling you that men can be women and women can be men, and it does, on some level, transition, while it's not necessarily politics, the politics of it make a difference, because if you can take all of these men who may not be the best athletes, they're good athletes, but they're not the elite athletes, and they want to be elite, then they can transition to women and become then the elite athlete. And now you got all of these women elite athletes who can't compete with these men slightly above average athletes. Where are their opportunities? Because sports ain't just about sports. There's so much other stuff in sports. And so it does become a cultural thing. I'm not comfortable living, well, I mean, I do, but I'm not comfortable with the notion that gender or your sexual makeup is some sort of a man-made construct. It's not. If nothing else is a God-made construct, your gender or your sex organs, that is definitely a God-made construct. So while I understand why you're saying it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with politics, it kind of does, because political...
What that got to do with Joe Biden?
Because
I'm agreeing with everything you just said.
Because
what that got to do with Joe Biden?
Because Joe Biden, and it actually in my mind goes back to Barack Obama. They, number one, they have that bully pulpit where they can shape the minds of America. So that's number one, just in terms of that. If you can, as the president, stand there and tell me for 4 years that, being gay is natural, then, and you can look at the polls on it and the way that changes the minds of Americans, then the next one can come and stand there for 4 years and tell me that a trans woman is the same as a natural born woman and a trans man is the same as and what happens then is you change the mindset of America, thus changing the policies of America. And Joe Biden is actually a part of the move to change the mindset of America with regard to what is a man and what is a woman.
How so?
I just told you he uses the bully pulpit. He talks about it. He appoints judges and...
When?
What do you mean when? He talks about it on a...
I pay pretty close attention. I don't remember really ever hearing Joe Biden get up and say, we have to treat trans just like trans biological men who are now transsexuals, just like we treat biological women. Have you?
Have I what?
Have you ever heard Joe Biden use the bully pulpit to say what you just said is wrong.
Joe,
That transsexuals like Bruce Jenner going to Caitlyn Jenner should now be considered, who's a Republican, by the way, should now be considered a woman. He's taking the place of a woman.
Here's what I'll tell you. I'm reading this off of the White House. It's a statement from President Joe Biden on Transgender Day of Remembrance. Okay? And just that, even if I don't read the statement, the fact that there is on the White House's page, a statement from the president on Transgender Day Remembrance is enough to tell you that he has definitely spoken on the topic. It says here, it is acceptable, and it's why my administration has taken action to strengthen the rights and protect the safety of transgender and all LGBTQI plus Americans. My administration ended the ban on transgender Americans serving in our country, and I signed historic executive action to strengthen civil rights protections for all LGBTQI plus Americans. He's saying trans people, trans women are women, trans men are men. That's what he's saying here.
What? Wait. Now, did you just add that last part?
No, I'm telling you, I added that last part, but that's what this is saying. You don't, if you're not pushing the narrative that trans women, but no, I didn't add it. I was,
you gotta add it?
Hold on. I didn't add it per se. I was kind of summing up the point here. You don't get up and issue a statement on Transgender Day of Remembrance unless your position is, because it's about trans, that trans women are women and trans men are men. That's the point. Otherwise, you would just not get up and talk or issue a statement on Transgender Day. So the fact that he issues a statement about Transgender Day is him helping to push the narrative that trans women are women and trans men are men.
Or might I add another interpretation?
Okay.
Maybe it's we looked at the numbers, and a lot of these biological boys and men who are now living as transsexuals are being beaten and killed. And so we want to remember, because they are humans, we want to remember all the humans who lived as trans and who got beaten to death. That is a humanity, a statement from somebody who's in touch with their humanity. Nowhere in that statement that you read or any of the statements I've ever heard from the president does he go that step further, which is Bruce Jenner is now a legitimate woman and she's coming to take, or he's coming to take some woman's place. It's a stretch too far.
Okay, hold on. Okay, wait. I might give you that. All right, the Transgender Remembrance Day. What about the proclamation on the Transgender Day of Visibility? What would be the reason for issuing that? That's not to remember the ones who were beaten and abused because of their transgenderosity. That's saying, hey, man, y'all, we honor y'all. Y'all courage of being transgender. That's honorable.
As opposed to y'all to be ashamed?
No, as opposed to not saying anything. You're pushing the agenda when you speak out and issue a proclamation on it. That's pushing an agenda. Otherwise, just don't push an agenda. Say nothing.
Even assuming that you're right, what that got to do with a trans person qualifying to compete in the Olympics?
But No, I'm not saying it has to do with a transgender person qualifying to compete in the Olympics, but it has to do with attempting to sway the overall mindset of the nation and the world in favor of this whole transgender movement. Because you know why he issued the proclamation on the Transgender Day of Visibility? Because he created the Transgender Day of Visibility. It didn't have to be created by him. Now, therefore, I, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., President of the United States of America, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the Constitution and the laws of the United States, do hereby proclaim March 31st, 2024 as Transgender Day of Visibility. I call upon all Americans to join us in lifting up the lives and voices of transgender people throughout our nation and to work towards eliminating violence and discrimination based on gender identity. He didn't have to issue a proclamation declaring March 31st, 2024 as a Transgender Day of Visibility because clearly he had already served that purpose by the other Transgender Day of Remembrance.
And that don't take nothing away from one black child or one black adult or one black senior citizen. It don't matter.
I'm not saying that should be. I'm not saying that should be a reason to vote or not to vote, but the idea that because you said you never heard Joe Biden talk about transgenders, and I'm telling you, he's very active in pushing the transgender agenda.
Well,
that's all I was saying.
I don't worry about him. Not to be harsh or mean. I don't worry about him one way or the other because they don't impact my life, and I don't think they impact the lives of the average American. But I don't want to see them beaten, killed. I don't want to see them driven in the closet. Hey, if you want to put on the dress and you was born a man and you got a piece, you want to do the RuPaul. Well, I don't know if RuPaul classes. I don't know if RuPaul is transgender. Or just a cross-dresser. I don't know if it's more than wearing a dress, how you dress, how you act, or how you envision yourself. But I don't have no problem with Republican Bruce / Caitlyn Jenner, and I don't have no problem with RuPaul. They don't impact my life, and so I don't care if somebody gives them the key to their city or gives a proclamation saying, hey, y'all don't be ashamed of yourselves. Live your life the way you want to do it. And I definitely don't see how that translates into the Olympics or how that matters as far as federal funding it don't matter. It's one of these nothing burgers, but it gets black people whipped up into a frenzy. It gets them angry. And like I said at the start of the call, it gives these negative people something to talk about. Look at them. They with them transsexuals. And they and with the implication being that they so focused on the transsexuals, they ain't focused on us. If they wasn't issuing our proclamations for Transsexual Day, then we would have got our reparations. One ain't got nothing to do with the other. Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. I'm reading to you from the National Organization for Rare Disorders because you asked a good question. Put it back on Marquetta Denise. Why don't you give us a definition of what is a woman? Since you said Democrats, including Supreme Court justices, ought to be ashamed for not being able to define a woman. So it says, according to this organization, I didn't make this up, says girls with Swyer syndrome have an XY chromosomal makeup, as boys normally do, instead of an XX chromosomal makeup, as girls normally do. Despite having the XY chromosomal makeup, girls with Swyer syndrome look female and have functional female genitalia and structures, including a vagina, uterus, and fallopian tubes. Functional female genitalia and structures, including a vagina, uterus, and fallopian tube, but they have an XY chromosomal makeup. So I don't know if you remember what she defined as a woman when you asked her, but I think the National Organization for Rare Disorders has just said that even her definition, with all the loopholes in it, wouldn't qualify as a legal. And again, we're talking about they're trying to pin the Supreme Court nominee down so that if this ever came before on the case, they say, well, when you was here before us during your confirmation hearing, this was the definition you gave us as a woman. So if somebody with Swyer syndrome came up, they said, well, this don't meet your definition. She was smart.
Yes.
She was smart and wise to avoid answering that question, knowing, I'm sure they briefed her, she knew it was going to be some political fallback, and she knew you was going to have the telephone twerking twins, the radicalized Rons, and the Marquetta Denises out here saying this goes to the Democrats. They can't even tell you what a woman is. Well, apparently, neither can you, Marquetta Denise. I'm almost done with her list of stuff. Let me see. They killed me trying to put everything on Biden, and when it gives them some cover for the Republican governor. Now, she talked about Texas. Texas is underwater. And while Texas is underwater from a storm that happened a couple of days ago, while Texas is underwater and people ain't got no power, they giving money to Ukraine. Again, it's tricky. So the implication is, well, if Biden didn't give no money to no new money or no weapons, so like he was going to use, what they going to use, a bomb to stop the hurricane? What do giving weapons to Ukraine to defend himself have to do with whether or not he funded the recovery effort down in Texas? And what she conveniently doesn't mention is, because I read some news stories about this morning, the Republican governor of Texas, who failed the people when the winter's ice storm came through, he wasn't prepared. They ruined the grid down there. These Republicans, we need less regulation. All we need to do is drill. That's one of Radical Ron's big things. And he called the other day complaining about the energy policy. Biden has ruined America because of his energy policy. Well, when the truth is, under Biden's energy policy, we are pumping, and I know he gets mad and starts cussing when you point this out to him. We are pumping more oil now than ever before. More oil than Saudi Arabia. More oil than the people down in Venezuela and in South America. More oil than Russia. More oil than Canada. America is the #1 oil producer. They don't like that because it goes against a narrative. And so I would say to all these Trump lovers, no matter how they try to disguise it and deny that they are, your focus trying to pin this stuff on Biden ain't the governor of Texas. The governor of Texas is a Republican. He's been terrible for the people of Texas. A whole bunch of people have died because of his mistakes, his determined efforts to deregulate the energy sector and other sectors. And so if you really were an honest broker, you really were this independent, I don't care for neither one of them, I'm just going to call balls and strikes, I'm going to be fit, you wouldn't try to pin that on Joe Biden because he ain't got nothing to do with what happened down there in Texas. He did his, that that was, I was going to say something about the Sackler family and how they try to put love on Mike DeWine, but I'll leave that for another day. The point is, I see through you. I believe a whole bunch of people in the chat and who listening, they see through you. Y'all can't keep coming in here pretending that y'all neutral, y'all pro-black, or whatever it is that y'all pretend. I see you. You're really pro-Trump, and I'm going to keep calling y'all out. Thank you, man.
All right. Oh, he was about to say something else. All right, y'all. I got to get ready. Got to get ready to get out of here. Yes.
Hey, lay off Lincoln Ware, man. You know that's my friend.
Hey, I didn't do nothing to Lincoln Ware.
I don't know. They said you said something about he's a womanizer and a drunk.
No. He said at the Republican convention there's going to be a lot of drinking and a lot of womanizing. And I said 2 of Lincoln's favorite things.
So you did not say he's been cheating on the lovely Mrs. Sharon Ware?
Nope, I did not.
You did not instigate nothing with Tamiko, and you didn't start no stuff this morning.
No, she tried to instigate stuff with me. I just respond.
I want peace, man.
I do too. I don't say nothing to her. I don't mention her name. She always got to mention me. I don't say nothing to her. I don't mention her name. But you can't say something to and about me and then get mad when I respond. Don't start none. Won't be none.
She's a little younger, and she might have a hot head. I don't know her that well. But
she got to be 40 years old. She ain't no younger.
Well, the 2 principals in this are you and Mr. Ware.
So
is there anything that I could do as a neutral observer? I love you. You my brother. I really like Lincoln. Even though he might have did some stuff behind my back, he might have talked some stuff about, I still like the guy.
I still like the guy too. He got to be able to take a joke. If he can dish out a joke, he got to be able to take a joke. And that's all it was. You know how Lincoln respond when you go to talking about sex, right? Come on, don't front.
He does like sex talk.
Yes.
He does like sex talk.
Exactly.
Yeah.
How do he respond when you're talking about drinking? He do a toast every week, right?
Yeah.
He big up in alcohol all the time. So to say drinking and womanizing, 2 of Lincoln's favorite things, how is that disrespectful to his wife?
I think, come on now. We know that they watch, they monitor the Facebook.
Mentally, you have to make the stretch to make it about your wife. You have to do that. So he made that decision. Oh, I don't like Emanuel. And he said drinking and womanizing, which was what he brought up about the Republicans. Because my thing is, you used to be a Republican. So you know if they drinking and womanizing, and that's 2 of your favorite things. So it was a joke, and he in his mind flipped it to be something more, and that is 100% on him. And then that is what made his child act like a big fat maniac.
Can't we all get along? I remember Rodney King. I just want peace in the streets. Oh, I hate seeing this.
I want peace too. I want peace too, but, and you know this about me, I will not be attacked and not respond. You know that. So
I thought he asked Tamiko not to respond.
She had already responded.
Oh well.
And then talking about won't you say it to my face? She said that, not me. I bet his short ass won't say that shit to my face. What?
Oh. We're going to talk off the air.
Yeah, and again, you know I say it to her face. You know.
But I'm hearing out of your mouth that you are for peace.
100%. I said this earlier on the radio. I mean, on the thing. I'm telling you right now, if I'm driving down the street and I see Lincoln's apparently Cadillac pulled over and he bobbleheading outside the car trying to figure out how to fix it, because I know he don't know how to fix nothing, I would pull over and help him change his tire. I don't have no beef with Lincoln. He got beef with me, and the reason he got beef with me is because I told a truth, a 100% truth about him that he didn't like. And from that moment on, he made up his mind I was his enemy. That's it.
And you didn't mean it to say that Lincoln is doing something bad and making a fool out of Mrs. Ware.
Let me put it like this. If I wanted to say that Lincoln was doing something bad and making a fool out of Mrs. Ware, I would have said Lincoln Ware is doing this, because I would have the details. And I would say this is what Lincoln Ware is doing, and he's making a fool out of Mrs. Ware. I didn't say that. I didn't mean that.
Well, I'm just saying, we have never seen, you or me, we've never seen Lincoln Ware naked, right?
That's very true.
Can we agree with that?
Yes.
So anything that we might have heard through the grapevine is just rumor and speculation and not good for us.
No, I'm saying I don't have any details to share. That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't say it unless I knew it for a fact.
I know somebody, some mischief maker in the chat will try to take that and say, oh, he was doing a wink and a nod. I just wanted to get
no.
there.
I'm saying if I was saying that, I would know it for a fact, and I would have some details to be able to back me up. But I didn't say that because I don't know. So no, it was a nice.
I'm gonna do my best to bring about peace.
It was a nice
From
little
both sides.
innocent joke. That was all it was.
All right. Now I'm really gone.
All right. Yeah, I don't know what Lincoln do. I don't know what Lincoln do. Look, if I said at the Democratic convention, you know they gonna have ginger snaps and Twinkies. And somebody said, oh, that's two of Emanuel's favorite things. What you saying? I didn't eat no Twinkies. I didn't say I ate some Twinkies. That's disrespectful. I didn't eat nothing. Why would I do all of that? Y'all know I'm addicted to sweets. It was a joke. It was a joke. And he can dish them. He got to be able to take them. And if you can't take them, don't dish them. Period. I'm telling you, I ain't got no beef with that man. He beefing with me. I'm not beefing with him. If I was beefing with him, I don't even know. I wouldn't even really be watching his show. I wouldn't be supporting him in any way. I wouldn't support him. I'm not beefing with him. Two of Emanuel's favorite things. Ginger snaps and Rice Krispie treats. I didn't eat Rice Krispie treats. I didn't disrespectful. So, man, I wasn't saying you eating Rice Krispie treats. You talked about the fact that they would have Rice Krispie treats. Nakia says, wives are off limits. Well, that's not necessarily true. That's not necessarily true. Wives are off limits if they stay off limits. Or, of course, unless, you know what I'm saying, you say something about my wife, trust and believe I'm saying something about yours. Everything is off limits until you bring it into the field of play. Everything. Or until it brings itself into the field of play. There was Zoe Alfonso Wesson, if you say wives are off limits, he brought my wife into the conversation. He brought my wife into the conversation. I hadn't said nothing about his wife or lack thereof. Well, you gonna bring my wife into the conversation, then yeah, I'm gonna bring your ex that some old dude scooped from you. Yeah, I'm gonna bring that up. Then you're gonna get mad and block me. You wasn't blocking me, it was cool when you were talking about my wife. So yeah, it's all off limits until you bring it up. I'd have never brought up that, I happen to know somebody stole his girl from me. And again, that ain't no big deal. People cheat and people leave people all the time. It's just if you know that button is a button, people need to learn how to leave people alone or stick to the argument or, whatever the case may be. Take a joke. You got to learn how to do it. How does you talking about how much I promote my show on Lincoln's show turn into a comment about my wife? But y'all know me, I'm with it. You want to talk about wives? Okay, you don't have one, but let's talk about the woman that you had that old dude took from you. Let's talk about that. Next thing you know, I'm blocked. I guess technically you could look at it and say I started it because of the joke. But it was clearly a joke. It was clearly a joke. Fame! Fame? Fame going once. Fame going twice. All right, that was Fame. But again, to be clear, I'm not beefing with Lincoln. I'm not beefing with his daughter. I'm not beefing with his wife. I'm not beefing with any of them people. I'm really not even beefing with Zoe. I'm not beefing with Alfonso Wesson. If I saw Alfonso Wesson stuck on the side of the highway, I would stop and help him change his tire. I would. I don't have hard feelings towards any of these people. They have hard feelings towards me. And I don't know why. I'm a man of peace, love, and laughter. Oh, with kindness. Hold on. Who did I make mad the other day before with kindness? I was on a somebody had posted something on Facebook about, Trump and Biden, and someone responded that Trump developed the vaccine in less than 9 months. It's a process that normally takes 30 years or something like that. And I said, oh, I didn't know he developed the vaccine. I thought scientists did that. So let me give him kudos for developing a vaccine. And then, again, as always, whoever the person was, I don't even remember his name, whoever the person was, started calling me names. I was a fool. I was an idiot. I was something else. It was something else. They just kept on with the names. And I kept saying, there's no reason to call names. And clearly Trump didn't develop the vaccine. I said, but if you look up in your post, you said Trump developed the vaccine. And then I was a fool and I was an idiot and all of this and that. And it was something else. And I said, if you look up in your post, you clearly said this. And I kept saying, okay, stop calling names is not necessary. And so I asked him this kind of the same question I asked earlier today. Is your mother still alive? And you could tell he got really mad. And I said, I'm not asking for any other reason, but I want to pray for your mom. So I just need to know, am I praying for your mom as a person who's alive and I'm wishing her well and success to everything she touches? Or am I praying for your mom who's passed away? And am I wishing for her eternal peace and rest and all of that kind of stuff? And you could, you know how you can kind of tell when people start posting in all caps and all that kind of stuff, and this person was really angry. And I told him, there's no reason to be angry. I want to pray for your mom. Is she alive? And if so, then I'm going to pray for health and happiness. And if she's not, then I'm going to pray for eternal rest. And they was so mad. They were so mad. And I'm like, my intentions are good. You calling names, I want to rebut your negativity with positivity. And it went on for probably about a half hour. They never would answer the question. So I said both prayers. Just typed them in the chat. And then I was called some more names and a weirdo. And some more names. And then blocked by somebody I don't even know. I don't even know who this person is. Somebody that I don't know blocked me. But I did. I prayed for his mama. If she's alive, that she experiences love and happiness and success and everything that she puts her mind or hands to. And if she's not with us anymore, for peace and rest and, yeah. So yeah, just killing people with kindness stuff, it's not, it's kind of weird because people don't like kindness. I think he really wanted me to call him names, but I wouldn't do it. I was going to be kind. I was going to trade kindness for insult. And I thought, how much more kind can you be than to pray for someone's mother? How much more kind can you be? He didn't see it that way. I got a good cussing now. Oh. So yeah, that's it. People always think when you ask a question about their mama, people always think you're going to say something negative. No, but see, I don't think it's fair. People overstate things. And sometimes they just blatantly tell lies. I don't think it's out of the realm of reasonability to say, hey, Donald Trump did not develop the vaccine. That's not unreasonable. Why would you get mad at somebody for saying that if you say he did? It's reasonable. And then you start calling names. Why would that make you call someone an idiot and a fool and I don't remember what the other thing was he kept calling me. Like, but wait a minute, but what I'm saying is factual. It's true. Oh, thumb. Sorry, I didn't mean to put the thumbs up. What I'm saying is factual. And I'm an idiot and a fool? I didn't call you names when you misstated the facts. Come on. Let's be gentlemen here. Let's reason together. He didn't want to reason. He didn't want to reason. You be hitting hard. I saw it today. What'd I do today? I didn't do anything. I didn't call anybody any names. I didn't. Well, as technically you could say roly-poly is calling somebody a name. But I didn't say any names when I said roly-poly. That could have been any roly-poly. Could have been any roly-poly. And how does she see my stuff if she got me blocked anyway? How does she even know what I said? Now, I know what she said. Because, just trust me, I know what she said. Aren't you into roly-poly? I'm not against roly-polies. I'm roly-poly. I'm roly-poly. But it's not one of my triggers. See? That's the difference. That's the difference. There's another trigger that I know that I won't mention. But I know it to be a trigger. You know what I'm saying? You got to escalate, right? This one is a small trigger. It's, but it's a small trigger. I know the big triggers too. But you don't go there unless it's necessary. You don't do that unless it's necessary. You probably have a ghost page like other hosts. I don't even know what a ghost page is. What is a ghost page? I'll tell you, I do. I have a friend who, when things are said about me by certain people, Alfonso Wesson, Vernon Wesley Brooks, the daughter, and a couple more. When people say things about me, I get wind of it. I get wind of it. Even though I can't see them when they post, I can see them right after they post, because I know some people too. Well, that's true. I mean, I understand that. When I was asked, how does she see? I'm saying it because, she was saying earlier, like, I just ignore him and his whole family and my life is better. But how are you ignoring it if you paying attention to what I'm saying? Because somebody else is sharing it with you. You're not ignoring it. If you really just want to ignore it, you say, don't share with me what he say. I don't even want to hear that. But again, just for general whatever, leave people alone. Don't mess with people who ain't messing with you. Don't mess with people who ain't messing with you. I know your head be on the swivel when you're in traffic. I don't be worried about nobody or nothing. I just be chilling. My stuff be for laughs. If we can't laugh, then what? What do we have? You beefing with Vernon Brooks too? I'm not beefing with him. He beefing with me. You don't remember that whole thing? When it was a guy somewhere, police shot him in the back of the head. He had been running, and the police shot him in the back of the head and killed him. And he called in to this show, basically kind of laughing about it, like, oh, well, I guess you don't run. And I'm like, that's not funny, bro. This dude was in no way, shape, or form a threat to that police officer. No way, shape, or form. And so you chase somebody down to shoot them in the back of the head to say that you were threat. Well, if you don't run, you don't have to worry about it. And I was trying to explain to him And so I had to use the example of someone that he loves. So what if that was your granddaughter? You want somebody laughing? You want someone, well, no, my granddaughter would know not to run. You don't know what your granddaughter might do one day in the future. You have no idea. And then you turn on the radio because your granddaughter made a mistake, and then some cop did some nonsense, run behind her and shoot her in the back of the head, and now somebody laughing about your granddaughter being dead. How would you feel about that? And it hit him in his heart, I guess, and he blocked me. It was right after one day he asked, I think the day before, no words that nobody could ever say to make me mad at him. I don't get mad at words. I don't get mad at words. Nothing you could ever say to make me block you, to make me mad at you. Words is just words. I don't get mad about words. 24 hours later, he was mad about words. And he blocked me. And I'm comfortable. I don't mind. You block me. It is what it is. You block me, you block me. All right, I'm blocked. So what? But I think that might have made him think. Because the last few times that something happened, I haven't heard him calling in laughing about police killing people. Because in my mind anyway, he thinking that could be somebody I love. And that wouldn't be funny. And that was the whole point. So if me getting, him being, me being his enemy or him being my enemy, or whichever way you look at it, him hating me makes him be a little bit more compassionate. Small price to pay. Small price to pay. I'll take it. Oh, yeah, I got to get ready to get out of here. And I'm sending somebody my address because they're supposed to be meeting me over here picking some stuff up. Well, that wouldn't be good. Any more beefs we should know about? No, I think that's about it. That I can think of. Y'all know, Nathan beefing with me. I'm a peon. So I'm a peon with him. I actually don't know if Jerry's still beefing with me. I haven't seen or heard from or talked to her, and that is what it is. Lincoln beefing with me. Zoe beefing with me. Vernon beefing with me. I guess Lincoln's daughter is beefing with me. That's really about it that I can think of that y'all would know anything about. I have one or two personal things. But other than that, that's it. And again, here, I would say this. Could I not have made that joke earlier today? Sure, I could have not made the joke. But it was a joke. Why would I not make a joke thinking that a grown man gonna twist it in his mind? Shannon says, E-man, common denominator. Well, that's true. Hold on, that's true. I'll give you that. But I'm also the common denominator of all the people who ain't beefing with me. So you got to weigh one against the other. Well, I might be the common denominator of everybody beefing with me, but what about the hundreds, if not thousands of people not beefing with me? I'm the common denominator there too. So it would seem that me being common with thousands of people and having 4 or 5 be beefing with me, it might not be me. It might be those 4 or 5. Something to think about. If you do 1,000 business deals in a year and 5 of them go bad, do people look at you like you the problem? Or do people look at you like, okay, them 5 people might be the issue? I don't know. It's a different perspective, a different way to look at it. From one station, what about the, I'm going to say tens, because it might not be quite 100. So what about the tens and tens of other people who I'm not beefing with from the same station? You know how many people I've known at that radio station over 20 years there? Yeah, how many of them I'm actually beefing with? 1, 2, 3, 4. So is it me or is it the 4? I'm the common denominator in all of them. Just another way to think about it. Just a different way to think about it. People like to throw that on people. Like, oh, you the common denominator. And that's true. But that don't always tell the whole story. And I'm all about telling a significant part of the story that matters. And, of course, looking at things different ways. All right, y'all. I do got to get ready to get out of here. Got somebody coming over to pick up some equipment, so I got to get it together. I plan on Cindy saying the definitely. See, when y'all say stuff like that, it make me. So I'm gonna tell you something about me. I'm one of these people who give me an opportunity, right? You give me an opportunity, and if I fail, I fail. But if you tell me, oh, he definitely ain't gonna do this, and it ain't necessarily for my benefit, there's a good chance I won't do it. Like if I'm, you know what I'm saying, when the kids was little, and they would be like, you know, kind of talking, oh, ask him, can we get some candy? Ask him, can we get some candy? And then one of them would say, he ain't gonna get us no candy. There was a really good chance that the other 2 would get candy. And then the one who said, he ain't gonna get us no candy, I would explain to him, you spoke this into existence, so you don't get no candy. And guess what would happen? Next time, they wouldn't say, he ain't gonna get us no candy. They'd say, let's just ask him. See, Cindy? Because I'm weird like that. Because I'm weird like that. That's true, but it's not the point. That wasn't what I meant. But it yeah. So, are you sure I won't be here tomorrow, Cindy? I'm gonna let Cindy call it. Cindy, are you sure I won't be here tomorrow? Are you certain? Oh. Dante, that's what we beefing about. What are we beefing about, Dante? Oh. Oh, I've heard that too from multiple sources. Oh. Okay, so Cindy is 100% sure that I will not be here tomorrow. So, thank you, Cindy. Thank you. Oh, Dante been mad all day. Now, I do intend on being here tomorrow. I intend on being here tomorrow. No. Nobody, he did not text me cussing me out. No. All right, I got to get out of here. I appreciate y'all. Hold on, let me put this back up. I appreciate y'all. This has been the Afternoon Experiment. Of course, my name is Emanuel Livingston. I am the King of Talk. Get out there, enjoy the rest of your day, And as you are out and about, try to do this without offending anybody, but be the reason that somebody smiles today. Till next time, I'm out, y'all. Peace.